We're back. Let me pop some headache pills. Oh, okay. I'm good.
Rook, you're awake. And we're...
In the Fade.
This is where people come when they dream, but dwarves don't dream. And somehow I'm here.
Yeah, it's unreal. Nev thought we should talk about what to do next.
We should. But maybe look around a little. We might be here a while.
Not okay. Uh, oh Jesus, I'm not reading all that. Out loud. Wait, what would make this the Hamlet exactly? Hey, Walker. Yeah, I don't remember. Can you be a dwarf in Inquisition? I legitimately don't remember. What's Netflix writing? All right, so I'm going to pick up this cup here. Then I'm going to look at this blue straw, which is a blue straw. Take a drink. That drink was very refreshing. I'm glad I took a drink from my cup with the blue straw. So, now that we've done that, you know, I've got another cup here, which has seltzer water within it. This is, actually, I forget what flavor it is. Mm. Now, I actually enjoy seltzer water, which is why I am drinking seltzer water right now. Okay, so this is a coin, and I'm going to flip it, and we'll see what it is. So I'm a little bit surprised at the fact that it came up heads, which is why I reacted in the way that I did just now. Does that explain it, Chill Penguin? Yes, Chill Penguin. I just... Sure. What do you want me to look at, Giga? My hands are off the controls. Yeah, no, Netflix writing... So this is not actually presumptive. This is something that we've known for years at this point. Like, actual years. And it's funny because, you know, writers and actors and directors keep confirming that Netflix writing exists. And every time one of them says something, at least someone is like, oh my god, I had no idea this was a thing, even though this has been a thing for about 10 years now that we know of. Netflix writing is writing that is done with the presumption that you are not paying attention to the work in question. Now, I don't mean in the more vague kind of, oh, good. Aw. I don't mean in the vague kind of a sense. Like, obviously, I tend to come down a little bit hard when a game over-explains, and I get pushed back on that because, and I quote, not everyone pays as much attention as I do. But that's not what I'm talking about. That's way past what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about... Oh, I had no idea that we could be in the Fade. There's so many floating buildings around here, and debris just rotating in the sky. Like that's Netflix. That's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say that it treats you like you're an idiot because it assumes you're not watching the screen. Now, Netflix writing is actually insidious. You're probably thinking, how can you have Netflix writing in a video game? Because by definition, you're looking at a video game. So, you remember how Bathos kind of started bleeding out from the MCU? Well, no, let's actually walk through. Let's talk about this for a second. So, you remember how there were certain specific things in the MCU that used Bathos? Yeah, no kidding about it. And then that bled out from those specific... The biggest thing was Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy was like the big thing for that. It was the tone. I suppose I should have to explain Bathos. Bathos literally just means unexpected. But in writing terms, it's a Greek term, obviously. Netflix, I don't know if Netflix invented it, but they've been pushing it pretty hard for about a decade. So, the idea is, like, imagine... Have you ever seen a scene where it's, like, building up to something? And building up to something? And building up to something, and then it's something else. It also has this tendency to not take anything seriously. You can't have a serious scene without a joke. You can't have a joke without something serious in it, right? If you've seen the modern MCU, you've seen Bathos all over the place because, as I was about to say, it bled out from Guardians of the Galaxy and a couple of things of Iron Man to everything. To the point where every single MCU work was using that same tone. That kind of pseudo-flippant tone of weird that isn't inherently bad, but most of the people implementing it had no idea what the hell they were doing. So, yeah, it worked for Guardians of the Galaxy. That's the thing. Bathos is not an inherently bad thing. A lot of people push back against that because of what they call MCU writing. Okay? So, for a while there, that writing kind of bled out, and that was the problem. The fact that everybody kept using it because it sort of became the accepted norm. Not because people were demanding it or wanting it, but because the people who actually make such decisions were demanding it. It's a form of homogenization. It's easier to just write everything with the same tone rather than bother to sit down and come up with your own tone for any given individual work. You just make everything the same. It's easier, it's cheaper, requires less editing, requires less writing. Cool. So, then we get to Netflix writing. Same exact problem. Because Netflix writing on Netflix is already bad. Let's just get that out of the way. Unlike Bathos, which is just a trope like any other, Netflix writing is objectively bad writing. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. It is quite literally tell after show. In some cases, it's tell without show. But for the most part, it is tell after show. And it is this non-stop, constant cavalcade of treating you like you're 3 because it assumes you're not paying attention. And I mean literally, because what it literally assumes is this. Yeah, sometimes it's tell and show. Obviously, there's still a gradient of quality of bad, but Netflix writing is always bad, 100% of the time. You with me so far? So, the problem is it became the norm again. It started bleeding out, just like it happened with the MCU writing. Because games started adapting this. Movies that you go to the theaters for started adapting this. Like, it just kind of started dribbling out into everyone else because it became the standard. It became the standard. It's the same exact thing. It became the thing that is expected to be written. And Netflix themselves have been pushing this constantly, which means a large quantity of writers have just kind of gotten used to writing Netflix writing. End statement? I suppose that's as good of an explanation as I'm going to get.
Wisps. Figures are in the fate, but I swear they're following me.
You alright?
Strange place you've fallen into, but I'll work with it. You know me.
Do I?
We're both shadow dragons and both from Minrathous. Maybe our paths haven't crossed, but I know our work has.
I made a call that got you injured right after we met.
I'll be fine. You trusted me for the job, and I delivered. That's what counts. If we're stuck in this, let's hope you can trust me again.
This is another good example of Netflix writing, by the way. Or at least just bad writing. I might be more specific about that. Bad writing.
Why wouldn't I? Shadows stand together.
That's the idea. Cross your fingers it works out for us.
You take a lot of notes. What about?
Lately, what we know, or knew, before Solus changed the game.
And it's...
Not much. I'm sure Lace would hate to hear that, but one step at a time.
We'll figure this out. I'm sure of it.
Really? Do you know something I don't?
No, we just... Well, we have to, right?
Yeah, that's the job.
It wasn't supposed to go this way. What do we do now? What do we do?
Harding?
Oh, hey, Rook. How's it going?
Did you ever find places like this chasing Solus with Varric?
Not exactly. But with Solus, it was always about the Fade, or the Veil, or some other in-between place. Varric always hated it, though. At least this place feels different. Maybe... safer?
Harding, are you... doing alright?
I don't know. Are you? Is anyone? Anyway, doesn't matter how I'm doing. What are we gonna do about this mess? We were going to go back through the Alluvion, right? let's start with that. As soon as we can.
You know, you can take some time to just...
Now you sound like Varric. Varric and I started this. And I can't stop. Not now. Don't ask me to. So, come get me when you're ready to go. Alright?
Yeah, you see what I mean, Chilpangla. And yeah, I have this really weird feeling that they didn't have voice directors for this game. At all. I've actually already jotted that down. I know what you're thinking. Well, you see. First of all, Grand Negazek, calm down. Here's your Beal stuff. Second of all, I've actually talked about this before. Voice acting, as absolutely strange as this sounds, is really cheap and easy and quick to do. The amount of time and effort it takes to get... If I just pointed at Colgrim and said, bang, come here. Dragged Colgrim into the booth, put the pages in front of him and said, here, read this. And then went and spliced that out and edited it out into the different chops for the files for the game. That takes an extraordinarily small amount of time and money and effort. You know what multiplies that extensively? Having a voice director. Because the voice director has to already know the style. That's obviously an relevant thing. So they have to be a good voice director, and they have to know their stuff. Then they have to come in and be basically in the booth, or right next to the booth, with the person doing the lines. That also almost assuredly is going to call for recast or relines, or sorry, not recasts, re-recordings, and redoing lines, especially if there's a pronunciation wrong, or they want the tone different, or whatever. And then they have to actually go and do some editing individually in order to make sure they might actually bring them back into the booth to redo a section because they got this other take from another person. And it over doubled. Like it does a minimum of doubles the amount of time and work and money that it takes to do voice acting. So, you have 9 months. I mean, obviously, the voice direction just sounds bad in general. But again, just basic logic, right? Are you going to spend the time and money and effort on voice acting? In this economy? Well, that's a good question, Lord Herman. Depends on what else you have gotten done, and what else you haven't gotten done. Right, down the way. This is right, this is right. What other house, Giga? What? Jesus Christ, what, Giga? What do you want from me? I'm going to talk to everybody. I'm doing exactly what you asked me to do. What? If you excuse me, I want to go talk to Varric.
I wish I could be out there with you, Rook. Just be careful, all right?
All right. Other house opposite of this. Why is that the F button? Other house. Other house. Other house. Listen, Varric, oh yeah, I wanted to talk about that. I want to talk about Varric death. Okay, I'm in the other house. Looking around the other house. Jumping to my death. I'm getting chests in the other house. I love loot. I love wasting my... I mean, getting loot. That's a very important thing to me, is get around the door. Thank you. Okay. Getting loot. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Alright, we got the weave. We're good. We're good. So I'm not sure what Forgotten Realms is doing in this game, but we got it. We're good. We're good. God, the camera's just like fighting me this whole time. Alright. What am I missing, Giga? No. You wanted me to come in here. What did you want me to look at? What am I looking at? Although, actually, while I'm here, this room looks really cheap, now that I'm looking at it. Like... I'll get the codex thing in just a second. Like, this... Wow. I feel so bad for the people who made this game. Look at this! I'm sorry, this probably... Okay, how many of you have ever done any kind of graphics design, map editing, construction in a set, you know, like if maybe you've used modding tools in StarCraft or Warcraft or Doom or Half-Life or maybe Elder Scrolls. Yeah, no, you get it. You get it. You get just this giant freaking empty box. It's just this giant empty box. Oh god, it does. It reminds me of Shadowlands too. I mean, there are doodads, but like even if you look at the doodads, there's not much here, right? Okay, there's the table set. That's good. I like that. Okay. And then it's like, okay, use a texture, and then use a different texture, and then use a different texture, and that's it. Yeah, anybody who's done WoW housing knows what this is like. There's actually a lot of work and effort that goes in this kind of thing. But there's one thing, and I've actually talked about this before, because this is going to be relevant when we do the WoW stream. There is one thing more than anything else that the kind of detailing takes. Can you tell me what it is? Nobody get to... Thank you, Maverick. The answer is time. I've actually talked about this a lot. Because it's going to come up when we do our Satisfactory stream, as well as our Victoria stream, and all kinds of other streams, because you... Yes, playable. You look around, and you look at this, and you say, oh, well, this is functional, but we got to do more. And so you do more. And then you got to do even more, so you do even more. And then you got to do even more, so you do even more. And then you don't like that, so you undo that. It takes time. Making a factory or a room or whatever look pretty takes time. As I say, thanks to WoW Housing, I can actually explain this really easy to anybody who's done that, because how many of you spent an evening, or all night, working on a room, just one room, and you don't really finish in that one night? If I could use another parallel here, I am Kibitz, who's a streamer / YouTuber I follow a little bit. We'll do this thing he calls them booping, which is when he edits out the amount of time he works on making something look prettier. He often shares how long the time was in between those edits. It's usually hours. Actual hours spent. Just moving things around a little bit, adjusting, you know, precising it up a little bit, you know. If WoW had visual design this bad, that's... Interesting. If this is the intended design, then that artist needs to be fired for screwing it up. Now, yes, I noticed the Solus thing. Although, I'll be honest, until you mentioned Solus, it didn't even occur to me that that was where Solus was eating. But yes, I noticed that. But, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on. See, okay. It could be a commentary on Solus not caring about decor, which doesn't sound like the Solus I know from the last game, but let's ignore that for a second. Yeah, this is, first of all, this is not a space he created. Second of all, and substantially more importantly, if we raise the camera up about here, it actually gets worse. If I have to explain this more, then I think I have failed. So I'm going to try one last attempt at this. This is not a room that is conveying emptiness. This is an undesigned room. This room right here probably took, give me a sec to think about this, 30 minutes to make. And remember what I just said about time? Like, I'm not even being facetious. Really think about this for a second. There's that wall texture, which is a little bit different. Smack that one there, smack that one there, smack that one there. Put the door right here. Couch, 3 chairs, a couple of things, okay? We've got the dresser over there. We've got the extra door. Let's put some debris rocks over here. Yep, just kind of throw those over here. No idea where that debris came from. That's okay. We'll just ignore that for a moment. Throw a couple of random doodads in the corner that have no real relevance or significance to anything. Okay, cool. Staircase, done. Light. Okay. Chamber pot thing, bit of straw texture on the ground. And then the only part of this, and I will acquiesce this, the only part of this entire thing that looks like it took any time at all is this. This probably actually involved, okay, put the table in the middle, put the chair there, put the chair just a little bit askance. You notice that it actually looks like someone has gotten up out of it relatively recently and hasn't readjusted it, like that. Plate, knife, fork, small cup for drinking, large cup for goblet, little candle, light source attached. This probably took most of the 30 minutes, this one tiny shot right there. The rest of this was thrown together in probably about 10. Now, am I being insulting with this statement? No. Because again, 9 months. When you have 9 months, you just kind of throw stuff together and call it good, because you know you don't have time.
So, we stopped the ritual.
And Varric paid the price.
Hey. Varric made his choice to go talk with Solus. He knew the risks. We all did.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I actually need a second. Oh god, my toxic gland is already full. Why are we repeating the scene that canonically literally just happened? We go straight from that scene to the talk with Solus to this. Oh, thank God. Oh, we can pause cutscenes. I do like that. Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be one of those Devil May Cry 2 situations. For those of you not aware, Devil May Cry 2 is one of the worst reviewing games I have ever covered. But I do not spit any vitriol or venom at the game for that. Because Devil May Cry 2 is astonishingly good for what was going on behind the scenes with that one. The fact that DMC2 is playable and functional is shocking. I feel extremely bad. It's also worth noting that pretty much all of the people who made DMC2, once they got under some actual leadership and got together and coordinated as a team, they put together Devil May Cry 3 and 4, actually. So, sorry. Blake Devil asked a relevant question earlier. He asked, what's my writer fact for the game? So, for those of you not aware of that terminology, it's my own term. A factor in math is a multiplier, right? So, if oh god, I don't know. If anything with Gates McFadden in it has a high sex appeal factor because she's extremely attractive woman. So, just to use a random example, and I couldn't think of anything else. I'm sorry. So you look at that and you think, holy crap. It is a multiplier to the existing thing, right? You with me? Writer factor boils down to how much trust you have in the writers to be doing stuff on purpose. So, let's say there's this little niggle somewhere in the story, right? Now, that niggle can be one of two things. It can be a screw-up, It's like, oh, well, okay, they just goofed and that's it and that's whatever. Or it could be deliberate. It could be something that you're trying to pay attention to. It's like, oh my god, it could be rewarding the viewer slash player slash reader for noticing something. Maybe that indicates something, and you can think about it. You'd be like, oh, what does that mean? What does that imply? But you see how, from an external perspective, if you don't know the writers, if you don't have a writer factor at all, it's just one, then all you're doing is you're just kind of guessing. It leads to a lot of speculation. Probably one of the more relevant speculations for this was the indoctrination theory over in Mass Effect 3. For those of you who are actually part of that circle, first of all, I envy you. Second of all, there was a surprisingly large amount of evidence that the indoctrination theory was real. And you could point to individual moments and tidbits and tiny little details of like the animation or like the graphics usage or how the camera angles worked or how some of the controls worked. There were several bits of detail which all made you think, huh. And all of them seemed to indicate something else was going on. Now, there wasn't. Nothing else was going on, right? Nothing else was there. It was just screw-ups. It was just Mass Effect 3's outro. But you could see how you could look at all those details and think, aha, they're implying something, and it all makes sense. If you have a high... God, hang on a second. If you have a higher writer factor, then that means you have a higher chance of reading into those details as opposed to assuming that they're just a screw-up. Now, I have extremely low writer factor for this game. Not because I even know the writers. In fact, I have no idea who even wrote this game, and I don't care. But because 9 months. Because there's... Do you know what good dialogue and good writing and good visual storytelling take? I'll give you a hint. It's the exact same thing I just talked about. It's time. When you don't have time, you tend to throw things together and hope for the best. So the odds, in my opinion, of any of this being done on purpose as opposed to just an accident is pretty low.
And now Solus is gone. And we're here. Wherever here is. Besides in the Fade.
Solus called it the lighthouse.
He did? When? While
I was out cold, he showed up in my dream, and he's really mad that we stopped his ritual.
Good.
He's also trapped in some kind of prison in the Fade. Not happy about that either.
You're sure that wasn't just a dream? It's a reasonable reaction.
Solus can speak with people in their dreams. Even kill them.
I'm safe on that front. I bled a little when I got knocked out. Enough that he can gripe at me, but not enough that he can make my head explode.
So Solus is using blood magic, like any normal mage would to play with your mind.
But he's not a normal mage, like I told you. He's an elven god.
Let me tell you another bit of writing. So, there's a common problem in writing where you need to convey something to the audience, and then, separately from that, you need to convey something to characters. Random example. Von Falkenstein showed up. It's like, hey, what's up? How are things? And then, oh my god! Von Falkenstein finds out that he's secretly an alien. Okay, so now Von Falkenstein knows he's an alien. We know he's an alien, okay? You with me? Now Von Falkenstein has to convey that to other people. So, like, Von Falkenstein walks off and says, hey, what's going on? And then Von Falkenstein walks up to, I don't know, Colgrim and says, hey, I'm an alien. Like, oh my god, you're an alien. Oh my god. And then they go walking over to Gigapudding. Like, Gigapudding, I'm an alien. Oh my god, I'm an alien. Do you see the problem here? Now, good writing will do this thing. There's actually several ways to do this, where they just kind of skip over the repeat exposition, where we don't need to have the characters all repeat the stuff that we already know to each other. They do need this. Like, in character and in universe, it makes sense for them to have this conversation. That's not the problem. The problem is there's no reason for us to be here. if that makes any sense. And this isn't like, granted, again, I tend to be harsh about this. I will absolutely acquiesce to that point. But we're like 40 minutes in, and the events that they are reciting are the events that happened 2 scenes ago. So this is actually the definition of empty text. Yeah, no, we're digging down a little bit here. Because this is... I am repeating the same complaint over and over because they keep doing it. I really wish they'd stop doing it so I can stop doing it. But unfortunately, I just can't stop doing it. You are right, however. Let me just... Okay, I'm okay.
Putting together a nice ritual doesn't make him a god.
Nev, I'm a mage. You're a mage. Solus is more than that. That ritual was more than some circle mage could have pulled off. Even more than a Tevinter Magister.
All right, well, we've stopped the ritual and there doesn't seem to be an immediate danger. For now. You're certain Solus can't use blood magic to affect your mind?
I'm not certain of anything. But we're not out of danger.
What do you mean?
Solus had 2 of the other elven gods imprisoned. When he got trapped, they escaped.
So those things we saw come out of the Fade when the ritual went wild, those are...
Elganan and Gillenane. 2 of the ancient elven gods that Solus rebelled against. They're our next target.
So we set our sights on a pair of elven gods. Like it's easy.
Who else is gonna do it? If they're loose, they need killing.
They were evil tyrants who enslaved their people. We need to stop them.
Solus says Elganan and Gillenane drew on the Blight for power and became corrupted. That was when he imprisoned them.
So instead of 1 god running around, we have 2. And they're not just powerful, they're blighted.
We need to get out there and stop them.
Just like that. We're down a man without Varric. We can't just rush in.
I know you're hurt, Nev, but the rest of us need to do something.
I'll be ready to fight when it's time, but we need to investigate, then figure out what we're dealing with.
And how many more people will get hurt, get killed, while we spend time investigating?
If Elganan and Gillenane are worse than Solus, we can't go in blind. We need to know what they can do and what they want.
But we only have Solus's word about all of this.
Then let's go investigate for ourselves. We find out what we're dealing with, and then we take our shot.
Fine. The Illuvian led us here instead of back to Minrathous.
Let's hope it goes back to the ritual site. Maybe we can find some clues at the scene of the crime.
Nev, are you okay to go?
It's a headache. I've worked with worse.
All right then. Let's get back to the ritual site.
The Illuvian has its own special room. It's just down the stairs.
I would love to see My Little Pony characters play video games from real life. We actually talked about that. Kill Zone, Dawn of War Core, and High Fire Rush. Thank you for being part of the show, Traxia. That's another want to play game, by the way. High Fire Rush. What the... So we're up to like 4 of those. That's cool looking. I like the original pitch too. In fact, I kind of wish we'd gotten Joplin.
For all we know, there's a dozen demons waiting on the other side of that alluvion.
What's with the
If it
hat?
takes us back to Arlithin.
I mean, Dragon Age has never had good hats, but what's with the hat?
Don't worry about me.
Actually, the voice acting has been decent so far.
Let's do this.
More good than bad. The voice direction has not been good, consistently. It's hard to put it into words, but I can actually feel how much several of the actors, like Ali Hillis is a good example, are just reading the lines off the script with no direction. Now, Ali Hillis is a talented voice actress. She knows what she's doing, so she can interpret based on the lines she's reading. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if she actually did a once-over before she started reading. But you can feel the absence of all of the detailing that direction adds to that there.
It's quiet. Well, isn't that a surprise?
There's the ritual site.
Oh yeah, I wanted to do that
But
too.
if the gods really did get out, they're not here anymore.
Oh, it's also first take rating, because, duh,
Let's
right?
Take a look around and see if we can find...
Cut it down!
I'm trying!
Why are we just watching this?
It's not working! I can't contain it!
We're like 10 feet that way.
Strife? Irlin? It's me, Lace Harding.
Harding? What are you doing back in Arlithin?
It's complicated.
I can see that.
Rook, Nev, this is Strife and Irlin. Varric and I met them when we first started hunting down Solus. They're veil jumpers, experts in ancient elven magic.
Hardly experts. I should have been able to shut that artifact down. I'm sorry, Tarith.
It's not your fault. Since the sky ripped open, the magic's been surging. Bunch of artifacts that had been dormant for centuries started coming alive. This is because of Finn Harel's... sorry, Solus's ritual, isn't it? You all were supposed to stop him.
We did stop him. The sky's not pulling itself apart anymore, is it?
But
But it didn't go as cleanly as we hoped. Solus got pulled into the Fade, and some things got pulled out. Or someone's, I mean. Two of the evil elven gods. Elganon and Gillenane.
Hang on, as a curiosity, we're up to 4 times they've done that, I think, at this point. It's 3 or 4. I get the vibe, right? Elven gods, and God, I've already forgotten their names. Bob and Bob too, right? We'll say 3 to lowball it.
Mathalanast.
the elven gods of old, the Evan-Urus.
I think that counts.
If they truly have returned,
Then things just got a whole lot worse.
I was really hoping that the Dread Wolf was lying to us about all of this.
He's the god of lies. But some things are sacrosanct, even to him. He might be a bastard, but he's a damn sight better than the Evan-Urus.
there's a reason Solus led a rebellion against the Evan-Urus, and a reason he imprisoned them.
But now they've escaped.
Tarith,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me zoom the camera as far in as I can, and this is the last time I'll bring it up in the immediacy, I swear. They ask us what happened. We tell them what happened. We inform them that they have escaped. She then says to her compatriot, "Oh gosh, this sucks," to which he says, "And now they've escaped." That line Why does that line exist? And now they've escaped. Yeah, I just told you that. Why are you... What? That is... No, it is a lack of editing. It's lack of time. It is lack of editing. And no, legitimately. Speaking as someone who has done a lot of writing in his life and has seen a lot of writing, what you tend to do... This is extremely normal. What you tend to do is you tend to write out a scene, like, literally, if that makes any sense. And you just kind of have people talk to each other. And then what you do is then you go back through it and you say, oh, well, there's no need for this. And you just eject this line or change this wording here or just this. Because the first time through, all you're thinking about is conveying the basics, right? What's happening and who is conveying what to whom, both between characters and then between the audience of the game. So, yeah, exactly. You note down this kind of stuff to kind of convey who is where and what their opinions are. And then the idea is you go back and then you go back through it. To use that example, and now they've escaped. What was probably supposed to be there is, well, I'm saying this wrong. What that probably is that's a note to give his feelings and thoughts on the matter. How does he feel about the fact that the Evanors have escaped? And you're supposed to go back and then go back over that line and see, okay, so how could I convey his mood? Obviously, he is feeling dread over this, a dread wolf, you might say. But he's feeling dread over this, so how could I convey this? It's like, I could reference something from his past that the audience doesn't need to know, but like conveys the tone. I could maybe have him just give like a non-verbal thing, let's just, or maybe he's flippant. Maybe we want to convey that this character is a flippant character, and so he could be like, well, that just filled up my books, or something, right? Yeah, or, yeah, exactly, Bragwin. You go back, you look back at that line, and you say, that's the point which I was going to give this person's reaction to events. And then you do. That's what the second and third editing passes are for. Remember, and I talked about this before, the average number of editing passes that most television shows went through, back in the 90s at least, I don't know if it's true anymore, was 9. That was a normal amount of passes to go through. So it makes perfect sense. Again, I'm not trying to punch down too hard. It makes perfect sense that that line is there because that line is a placeholder. But I will give them credit. It wasn't made with AI.
He's in bad shape. We need to get him back to the camp.
We've still got dozens of veil jumpers unaccounted for.
How can we help?
We need to find Belara Lute. She's the best there is at working with our ancient artifacts.
And also at blowing them up.
She was off looking for another artifact before this ritual shook everything loose. If anyone can get a handle on all this wild magic and the artifacts it's setting off, it'll be her.
Right. You get your friend back to your camp and... we'll find Belara.
Nev, I need you to stay with Strife and Irilyn, all right?
I'm fine.
You're the best detective in Minrathous. You can help the Veil Jumpers here. If trouble shows up, they could use your skills.
Fair enough.
We'll meet you back at the Veil Jumper camp. It's just south of here.
Belara's out near some elven ruins to the west. At least she was 3 days ago. I'd start your search there.
Good luck, Rook. And thank you.
By the way, I will eat crow on this if I'm wrong. But to my knowledge, they really didn't use any AI-generated slop in the making of this game. They could have. It's a great way to speed things up. I will say, speaking as someone who tends to get a little analytical about tiny little details like word choice and dialogue construction.
Is it me?
Yeah, it's a little too early for that, exactly. This doesn't sound like AI-generated slop, right? AI dialogue has a very specific tone and cadence to it. And anybody who's analyzed it at all knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's that weirdly homogenized, everyone speaks with the exact same tone and inflection, and it uses weird word choices and very, very bizarre sentence structure that doesn't sound like a human, right? It's literally Uncanny Valley in dialogue thing. Yeah, Starfield felt more AI than this. but also wasn't while we're on the subject.
Is there something strange about this fog?
It all feels a little off. Like everything shifted a little bit.
Also, speaking of things that I think are in this game's favor, it is not open world. I actually said that a while ago. That one of the best signs of this game actually being good, and I meant this, was that they weren't going to have a big open worldy thing. You know, remember that announcement? They said they were going down to more mission structure instead of the open world approach.
Is that suit of armor moving?
No, that was 100% a good call.
Gotcha. Oh, people.
Where'd you come from?
Bellara? Bellara Luther. Strife and Irilyn sent us to find you.
Who are you, exactly?
Call me Rook.
Lace Harding.
Protocol is to wait a full week before they send anyone out to look for me. I've only been gone 3 days.
Well, the situation's changed. For the worse, unfortunately. The elven gods Elganan and Gillenane have escaped from Fen'Harel's prison.
Well, hold up.
Seems like they want to destroy the world.
Oh, yes, that is very much for the worse. Okay, wait. I need a second.
I know you can't see it in this shot, but I love her pouches.
I've had a couple of days, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it.
It does sort of
Look at her pouches. Look at her pouches.
Like what?
The surge of raw magic in the area. These artifacts started waking up a while ago, but in fits and starts. One here, a couple there. Then, a couple of days ago, the sky split open. And now, raw magic. Thick as fog. Only a god, or gods, could have done that. There's something kind of exciting about it. And dangerous. Really dangerous. Dangerous enough that I was gonna head back to the Veil Jumper camp, but...
But what?
See that shimmer? That's a veil bubble. It's separating us from the rest of the real world, so to speak. You can only pass through it one way. Once you're in, you can't get out.
I think I'd prefer to stay in one piece, yeah.
Right, me too. But I think I can find a way out. A bubble like that? There has to be something at the center that's generating it. Something powerful. If we can find it and remove it, safely, I mean, the bubble itself should collapse.
And then we're back in reality?
I really, really hope so.
Well then, let's get going.
I mean, couldn't this have been Meryl? I don't think Dragon Age 2 let you kill any of your party members, unlike Origins. Oh god, I wonder if that was actually the intent. Remember, we know that there were literally hundreds of things that were supposed to carry forward from previous games into this game. And, didn't.
Get to the artifact at the center of the bubble, but these magical constructs keep getting in the way.
We've handled our share of demons. A few dozen more shouldn't be a problem.
Spirits, not demons. They're animating those suits of armor. The armor's attuned to the artifact to protect it from threats.
Threats like us, I'm guessing.
Hey TSB. Happy Thursday. Oh yeah, and let's be clear. We're pretty far out of the open world push, thank God. But yeah, for those of you who don't remember, there was a really big thing from about the mid-aughts. I'd say like 5 years ago, honestly. Where everything had to be big open world. If it was, and that was just the thing, right? Yeah, apparently Meryl can die. I'll take your all's word on it. I've never killed her. I'll admit it. Romanced her a couple of times, but I never killed her. So like I killed her heart, I guess. And thankfully, as tends to usually happen, there's been a pendulum effect on that. where people have been anti-open world for the past about 8-ish years, give or take. Yeah, it's all stupid. Like, I don't want to get on my high horse on this. I just want to say, I get tired of stuff like that. I get so tired of stuff like that, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's open world, and it doesn't matter if it's linear. What matters is if it's good. The problem is that's not what people were focusing on. That's not what developers were focusing on. They were focusing on, does it have open world? Yes, no. That was the priority, not the quality. Not using the open world, not doing something with it.
Is that water just swirling into the air?
No.
Call that
You're seeing
kind of a
things.
whirlpool. The anomaly, I mean. Never seen one this size, though.
It's fine. It's fine. I know you can kill Anders, because I've done that. Sorry, vengeance. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't care about linearity. I care about if it's good or not. Is good? Yes. Yay. Like, I can think of plenty of good open world games and plenty of good linear games. It's just... I'm sorry. I said I'd shut up about it. I apologize. I will never speak again on this topic until it comes up again, which it inevitably will. Yeah, I don't think so. What is the best non-MMO open world that isn't Grand Theft Auto 5? Let me think about that for a minute. Yeah, the problem is Red Dead Redemption 2 is the answer, but it also feels like cheating for the same reason I immediately ejected GTA 5.
Let's deal with the...
Yeah, I don't know about KDC 2. Oh my god. No, just no. I'm not touching that interface. So why don't I just mention a few open world games that do some good stuff with their open world. So, Grand Theft Auto 5, Red Dead Redemption 2, Oblivion, trying to think of one that isn't by Bethesda or by Rockstar, because that was kind of their thing for a while. Someone mentioned Tears of the Kingdom earlier, and I can't deny that it's a decent open world, but honestly, the world part of the design there actually impressed me more in Breath.
So what is this artifact we're looking for, exactly?
I have a couple of theories, but nothing definite. We might find some clues in the ruins, though.
I actually would say Witcher 3's open world was not particularly well designed. In fact, I think Witcher 3 would benefit from being more linear. Oh, I agree, Plutonia. But, like, I know this is going to sound strange, but I'm kind of trying to detach just the world design, right? Just the actual layout, placement, things to do, enemy design, enemy placement, routes, sight lines. You get it, right? Like, actually sitting down and looking at just the world design, because I do tend to review that separately. That's why I mentioned Breath has better world design than Tears. It's because while Tears, I think, is a better game in multiple ways, Breath just has better world design. I mean, the plateau speaks for itself, but also there's a whole lot of stuff they do very well with that. The moment you're leaving the plateau, for example, you have 3 broad angles you could go in, and there's actually, like, really good design to the terrain to kind of encourage you to follow a flow, which itself kind of branches out as you go. Think of it like a giant river, and there's a couple of other little tributaries coming off that river as you go. That's Breath. It actually has fantastic design to that. Tears was generally a better designed game, more interesting stuff to do, and more people to interact with, and better side quests. But the world design was mostly just Breath, with a few things smacked on top of it, which actually kind of interrupted the aforementioned flow. But I digress. Thank you, that Rift person. As always. I suppose you know the question. Yeah, exactly. Tears had the sky, which was vacuous, and the depths, which there was good design in the depths, but the world design was not part of it. There were cool things in the depths that were not the world. But I digest. Ugh. You'll notice I'm not mentioning Inquisition. Also true to Insulas. I'm not mentioning Inquisition when it comes to world design, because it's pretty bad. So you missed it, Ross. Earlier we said, okay, the best open world is GTA 5, followed by RDR2. It's too easy. So we kind of shoved those off the map. That's too good. It's not a question at that point. What's the best Star Trek film? Okay, so what's the second best? And that's where we've been discussing. Hi-Fi Rush, Stellaris, and Pokemon Platinum. Yeah, who gets bronze is more interesting in some cases, right? I know that sounds strange, but you know what I mean, right? In some cases, the winner is just such a duh that it stops being an interesting conversation. I actually think Skyrim has actively bad world design, something I plan to talk about when we get there. That's why I mentioned Oblivion over Skyrim. Again, specifically in terms of world design. Oblivion actually had surprisingly good world design. It's one of the better aspects of the gameplay of that game. What do you mean, Chilpangon? Ah! The Simple Gamer. What's AI War 2? What's House of Necrosis? AI War 2. Medieval. Also Necrosis. Yeah, that's $15 right there. Chilpangon. I don't know if I would call that a ton of money. But yes. But I would not count Baldur's Gate 3 personally. That feels too asterisky. If we're counting stuff like Baldur's Gate 3, then that's... You know what? No, I'm just going to discount that. No. It doesn't count. FF12 doesn't count. Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't count. Divinity Original Sin 2 doesn't count, etc. Sorry, I don't mean to sound dismissive, that Rift person. I do appreciate your subs very much. It's just Chill Pangolin, like, the way Chill Pangolin said that made me think, someone just dropped hundreds of dollars, and it's like, no. I agree with Saints Row 4, by the way. Which is funny, because Saints Row 4 is mostly Saints Row 3, but they did some interesting stuff with it. And it helps that, once again, it has some actually worthwhile activities to do throughout the world. Whereas Saints Row 3 actually had, like, this big, expansive world, which was empty and vacuous. There was, like, nothing really there. So, I would give that to Saints Row 4 over 3. Again, this is kind of the Breath versus Tears problem we just mentioned. Minecraft. I'm not sure if Minecraft counts. That feels cheaty at that point. Like, if we're counting that, that means Satisfactory counts. Good morning. I actually would agree with that. DOS 1 does a better job with the world design. I still wouldn't call it open world, but I would agree with you, Colburn. Someone else mentioned one earlier. Yeah, if Minecraft counts, then Elite Dangerous counts, and that's we're getting off into the weeds. No Man's Sky would count. No. That's because Tears is a better game than Breath, Giga. It is. It's Tears is a great game. Someone else mentioned one I would have done. Oh yeah, Just Cause. So, Just Cause 2, I actually agree, had an overall better overworld design than Just Cause 3, which is a shame, because Just Cause 3 is just so much better of a game, top to bottom. Like, just so much better. Just Cause 2 is not a great game, to be as nice about that as I can. It's actually kind of dull, repetitive, and empty. But the world design is actually pretty legit in Just Cause 2. I will give them that. Excuse me. Anyways. But then that means Subnautica counts. No! Oh god, radiation. Hang on. I need to get rid of... where's the cap? I need to pull the cap off. 3 people are going to get that.
I don't usually see elven ruins that haven't been picked over.
Not many people come this far into Arlathan. Just veil jumpers, mostly.
And people trying to save the world, apparently.
Alright, let's... oh god, this is the armor. This is our equipment screen. Well, it looks better than Inquisition's. Procedurally generated stuff is almost universally its own thing. Like, again, Minecraft, No Man's Sky, nothing, Blade 12, nothing. I didn't say anything. I could have had a thong robe this whole time. Nope. I said nothing. So we need to decide on a specialization. Oh, we need to be level 20. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, we'll come back to that. There's our inventory. I found it. Found a handpick and a truffle. Ooh. I enjoy No Man's Sky quite a bit, but there's 2 big asterisks to that. Asterisk number 1 is I have never played No Man's Sky solo. And indeed, until we review it, I never will. Because, you know, it's a co-op game now. Second thing is I only exclusively play the expeditions, because the expeditions are fun, cool, seasonal events where you have special conditions and special stuff you can do, and they use it as a test bed for Light No Fires. So, which version? I am unaware of what that means, so I don't know. Would be the answer to that.
Wow. I've never seen anything like this.
Wait, is this? No, it can't be. Not here.
Can't be what?
We have to get over there. The artifact we're looking for must be inside.
What was this place?
Could have been a temple, could have been where they stored food. But judging by the sentinels, it's probably something important.
Are we just supposed to jump across?
Oh, no, we can make a bridge. There should be a power crystal somewhere nearby.
Got it.
Bring it over here and slot it in. And there we go. Easy.
Huh. That's a great trick.
A resonance amplifier. It's drawing magic from the ring temple to this area. I need to shut it down before we can go up the path. But doing that will attract anything nasty that's hanging around.
We're ready.
See up ahead? Magical barriers. In between those arches, blocking the way forward. We need to find whatever's making them.
So, back to that lack of voice direction thing. I can actually tell you exactly what happened with Belarus here. How many of you... How many of you... Sorry, I was just reminded of an awkward zombie comic. Have ever... Oh, you probably haven't. Okay, so, obviously I've done voice direction, right? And there's this thing where people, okay, you know what? George Lucas is actually a really good example of this because he does this problem all the time. You'll give direction, but the direction isn't. Give me a second. Let me try to convey what I'm talking about here. Let's pull this out of voice direction. Let's abstract this for a second. Let's say that you're like, oh God, I'm so hungry and I can't afford any food. And when someone says, well, just get more money. Okay, you understand? Okay, we understand the kind of thing here, the kind of interaction that I've just conveyed. So take that concept, abstract it a little bit, and that's the absence of voice direction that we're talking about here. So George Lucas did this thing constantly where he would say, be more Jedi-like. Or you need to sound more like a chancellor. And the problem with that is that's not direction. It's actually pretty much the inverse of direction because no direction has been given. The way I most often encounter this is if someone wants to sound evil. I've actually talked about this before. In fact, I usually have this discussion with a lot of my voice actors whenever I do any kind of work. Is, hey, this character, I need you to sound less evil, less villainous, because there's like this thing people will do when they want to sound evil. And they always do the same thing. And I've heard it 1,000 times when I ask someone and they're like, hey, I'll sound evil. And they sound like that. And it's like, no, that's not okay. And we have to zoom in the camera a little bit and be like, all right, look, this is what the tone I want from here. Yeah, it needs to be about 20% cooler, exactly. So, sorry, getting this back to the specifics, now that I've conveyed the generals, I'll tell you exactly what was being told to Bellaris here. The actress, the woman in the booth. Okay, you're precocious. Go. And I guarantee you, that's all the voice direction she was given. So she's trying, again, credit to the actress. You could just see the woman reading the page, trying to add little bops and boobs into how she's actually talking. No, those kind of boobs. And she's just, it's not good. And it's not her fault. It's just, she didn't get any voice direction. Or perhaps more accurately, she got unhelpful voice direction. Up. No. There we go. Yes. That's sort of the point, Crazy Norse. The reason this is a problem is because what you're doing is, ignoring the fact that you're not giving direction, what you're doing is you're giving a vague word which can mean anything and putting it in someone else's head, and they have to just come up with whatever that word means to them, right? Which may or may not be close to what you're thinking of when you use that word, but also may or may not be what the tone is actually wanted for the character in question.
Scouted.
It's actually pretty rare that voice acting is bad in the games we cover. It happens, but it's usually a direction issue, and it's usually visible. Well, you know what I mean. Yeah, FF10 is another excellent example of some good voice actors who were not really given acting direction. That is our... If you forced me to give this woman one word to describe the direction I would want from her, I would go with oblivious. Possibly distracted.
Watch yourself. They're hitting us from afar.
fine. Okay.
I'm there. Let's go.
I'm glad you're having fun with it, Tara. Legitimately. I'm actually pretty excited for it.
They're aiming for us.
That's the last of the magic energy. Path should be clear ahead.
Oh man, I can't wait. That's just... I'm gonna have to mute myself that entire stream, aren't I, Ross? That's where we're at with that. Actually, no, I didn't. I'll have to watch for it. I'm just happy someone else is trying to pick up the Total Annihilation / Supreme Commander mantle. After Supreme Commander died, Planetary Annihilation sucked, and Factor Annihilation is apparently a scam, which just... Or sorry, Industrial Annihilation. Let's test something. Let's test several things, actually. Cool.
Damn! Another sentinel construct. We'll have to take it down.
There's a revive option, although we have 0 of those, whatever that means. So I was testing 3 things there. What happens when you die, how frequently it does checkpoints in combat scenarios, and of course, most importantly of all, what the AI does if you just sit there. You know, if they leaned into it, and all of a sudden it was like, Rook, you've just been killed in battle against an enemy, which has been left after you by the ancient elven gods, Bob and Bob too. I would give that a plus if they did that.
Damn! Another sentinel construct. We'll have to take it down. watch out. Whenever you see one, there's more nearby. Seeing these kinds of ruins never gets old.
Can anything here tell us what that artifact is?
I have a theory, but we're miles away from where that artifact should be.
That would be even better. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ow. Oh god. Oh it. Oh thank God. It had a bad Z-axis. It had a safety mechanism. Did you see that? It recognized that I was stuck in the air and actually reset my position. No, that's a neutral. I mean, actually, most games have some form of that. It's just, that's some of the most overt, make sure that you're not bugged code I've ever seen. This is what we call the Dark Souls catharsis. There we go.
Constructs! It means I was right.
Right about what?
About where we are. It's an armory. And I think I know what the artifact is.
Are you gonna tell me what the artifact? Oh, okay. Not to be confused with Yeah, I tried the daggers briefly and pretty much immediately walked away from them. I didn't like the daggers. I'll poke at them more later. We're still literally in the second dungeon. We're functionally still in the intro.
So what kind of artifact shows up in an armory? A weapon?
An archive spirit.
The what?
A creature of the Fade, bound to a crystal. Ancient elves use them to store knowledge and to help them dream.
What the hell is that? No, seriously, what the hell is that?
Methalinast. Darkspawn!
Take it to him!
Darkspawn. Here. I never would have believed it. Until today.
Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about killing Varric. I was actually going to talk about this last night, and then I honestly spaced. I was pretty tired last night. Some of you probably heard me talk about this. Killing off a character is like an economic transaction. Yes, I realize that sounds like one of the most evil things I could possibly say. Just bear with me for a second. It is. It's economics, right? When you kill off a character, what you have done is you have removed that character from the board. You no longer have access to that character to do anything with, right? That is your cost. That is the resource that you have spent to do this. Now, that's not inherently a bad thing, right? It's just that's the way you need to think of it as. I am spending this resource to accomplish something. I have burned some coal to make some power. Cool. So, what's the benefit? Because whatever it is you're burning that coal for, whatever it is that you have spent that coal on, the benefit you're getting out of it needs to be something that is worthwhile, something that is going to be worth the loss of all of the characters' usage, that you could do story arcs with that. If I could use a random example, just making up something. Let's say you wanted to kill Luke Skywalker in A New Hope, okay? Killing off Luke in A New Hope may or may not have some kind of big dramatic appeal. Maybe it leads to Han Solo having a turnaround or whatever. You might be able to turn it into some good stuff. But think about the sheer quantity of cost that would be. All of the storytelling that you cannot do with Luke now because he's dead. So that's your cost, and here's your benefit. The reason I bring all this up is I was thinking about it because there was that fake-out killing for Varric last night. And I mentioned how I wouldn't kill Varric, and I wanted to put more specifics to what I meant by that. Because I think the cost associated with Varric, aka the loss of usage of Varric as a character, is simply too high. Like there would be no... Whatever benefit we could get from the moment of killing off Varric simply is not going to be worth the fact that we have just lost Varric, right? Now, that's valid, Lord Haramont. It depends. Like I said, it depends. I know I have a bit of a reputation as a chainsaw writer. But the truth is, it's always that kind of formula. Is this worth the cost of losing access to this character long term? And yeah, honestly, so I was thinking about this. Shut up. I was thinking about this last night, and the only real benefit for killing off Varric here, ignoring Solus, because this has nothing to do with Solus really, will be to establish Bob and Bob 2, right? And I'm sorry, killing off beloved character to establish new villain is something that almost never works. In fact, I can't think of an example where that worked off the top of my head. Now, having a character be bodied, Worfed, in order to establish a new villain is something that can be done well, but very, very rarely.
It's amplifiers.
Get ready. Once I shut it down, the path ahead will remain blocked until the magic dissipates.
We've got your back.
Sure thing.
Well, I'm still going to give it a negative blade to fall, but yes.
Get ready. That's a win, Rook. Good hit.
Okay. I mean, Zod versus Superman is a good example of bodied. Oh, what's a good example of someone bodying someone else?
Trouble scouted.
I've never seen Darkspawn this deep into Arlothan Forest before. As far as I know, it's never happened.
If the gods are blighted, like Solus claims, maybe they're communicating with the Darkspawn somehow. Directing them?
You saw those Darkspawn, though? Something was different about them.
And we'll stop them. Once we get out of this bubble.
Right. Let's get to that central temple.
Yeah, I noticed it that time. Actually, you're right, Lord Hermont. You could tell I'm really not doing well because I forgot to mention that. Because that's the other cost. The other cost is how people are going to have a visceral reaction to you killing off a character. There's nothing wrong with killing off a beloved character. Not really. But it adds to the cost. So, you kill off a beloved character, and not only can you never do anything with them again, but you've pissed off your audience. You gotta think about it when you do something like that. Anyways, bodied. I can't think of an example for body. I really can't. I can't think of an example off the top of my head. Hang on. I'm coming up blank. Bodying, yeah, it's more of an anime thing, which is, of course, why I can't come up with really good examples off the top of it. It's when you defeat someone effortlessly. It is a severe extent of defeating someone. When you just crush them like a bug. That's what bodying means. Killing means, ostensibly, that they leave the narrative. Actually, yeah, that's, you know what, that's an excellent example of how not to do bodying. Kai Leng versus Shepard in Mass Effect 3. Thank you, Lord Aramon. I'm sure Lord Aramon meant that as a joke, but actually that's completely accurate. That is a great example of a character being established by bodying someone else, most specifically us. And Kai Leng effortlessly defeats us every single time he fights us, except for the last.
Right where you broke that wall.
Thanks! I wouldn't have known that there are darkspawn immediately where my camera was already facing, because the only way for me to knock down the wall is to be pointing at it. I mean, bodying can lead to killing, 100%. But, like, it doesn't necessarily. It just means defeating extremely. God, Balio and Sunder. Ugh. They were such great, awful characters. Best villains in that game. Changed my mind. No, see, this is the ancient elven gods, Blue Bull.
And another resonance amplifier.
Should be the last one, I hope.
Me too.
Can I just, like, defeat it now? Oh, excuse me. Ancient evil gods. My bad. There we go.
Last barrier's down. We're close. I can feel it. Have you noticed something about the blight? Where it is, I mean? It's almost like it's feeding off the elven magic.
No, Blitzeval, not yet.
Building's what I think it is, then the alignment means we're here. This is it. This is where it was kept.
Where what was kept?
The archive spirit, or as the ancient elves called it, the Nodus Gerthalin. It means the inevitability of knowledge.
What does that mean?
I don't know, actually. The notes were never very clear on that, but I plan to find out.
Hi, Dr. Winter.
More constructs ahead.
The inner sanctum. We're getting closer. Looks like this door is going to need a second power crystal.
Then let's go find one.
Wait, what? I think you're right. I think he died as I fell. You said trading wouldn't work, Colgrim. You lied to me. You lied.
There has to be another one of those power crystals around here somewhere. Another ballista. I bet we could use it to break through that wall.
Oh, thanks. I've been falling asleep. Sorry. Magic Giga Pudding. We do have, yeah, 2 mages in the party, so.
We did it! All that's left is the Nodus Thallen. I have so many questions for it.
How do you ask it questions?
It's an archive spirit. You'll see.
Now, we do absolutely have 1 mage in the party right now, Balara. The other 2 are debatable, but we do have 1 mage.
Okay, here it is. The Nodus Thallen.
So we take it and we're good, right? We can head back.
Oh, I wish. No, it's a lot trickier than that.
Right. Because darkspawn, demons, and animated suits of armor aren't tricky enough.
Nothing's ever easy, is it? So what makes this tricky?
If I remove the artifact the way I'd usually do it, it'll explode and take out half of Arlathan with it. Good news is, I think I can shunt the energy somewhere else. Okay, here we go.
You think? Also, can we just lure the evil elven gods here? Bob and Bob too? And then, like, blow this up on their face?
I've never seen this before. It's almost like it's breathing.
Also, yeah, where is this getting shunted?
Ogre! That's an ogre! Wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today. Then again, I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days. Okay. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Ooh. No. That's good. I think. Oh!
What does that crystal do?
Keeps the artifact powered. Focuses the ambient magical energy. That's why these things still work, thousands of years later. Oh! No, you don't!
Sulanan, Vir Sulevanan, and Asal Dirthara.
Well then.
I am the Nadas Dirthara.
Right, I have questions.
I am the Nadas Dirthara. What do you...
Where'd the spirit go? The Nadas Dithalan, I mean.
It went back into the crystal, but the crystal's broken. Until I fix it. It's kinda my thing, fixing magical stuff. Strife and Irulan will want to know about this. And the Blight, and the Darkspawn. Let me know when you're ready to head to the Veil Jumper camp.
I love it. Take your time to finish up. By the way, you can't go anywhere because giant magical barriers shut up over the doorways. That's scary. Look at that. Look at that. That's actually a fairly normal thing, Shadow Machine. Now, if they don't warn you about it, that's a little bit worse. I would actually go so far as to say that that's normal. I'll have to pay attention for it. That's fair, TSB. And we need all that extra power to go to the AI generation stuff, so... I mean, of course I'm going to go with Death Caller, right? Let's go with no, Giga. I'm sure someone will anyways, but let's go with no. Let's see how well they convey it. Because the game doesn't have to literally throw a pop-up and say, eh. Sometimes it is just kind of self-apparent that you're going into a point of no return, right? Kind of depends. Oh, there's no zooming out. That sucks. Ugh, really? Dakota? Jesus. Hmm. That's what I was curious about, Moog. Is there a level cap? Mhm. This action cannot be undone. I do like respecking. That's what I thought. Okay. In all of gaming, Moog, that's a bold claim. Like, better than Diablo 3, Star Trek Online, wow. That's cheating. Okay, I'll give you that. What about Armored Core 6? Or... See, I'm curious now. I'm actually looking at my own list here. See the ones that really got tons and tons of builds. I already mentioned Diablo 3. Basically every Pokemon game from a certain point onwards. Stranger of Paradise was a big one. Looks like that's actually it that got more than 3 positives for builds. That is not an MMO. Because obviously Guild Wars 2 got a bunch of build positives, just like, wow, dude. And STO, obviously. But all three of those are MMOs.
Ready to go?
Right. Let's get moving.
Come on. I'll show you the way to the Veil Jumper camp.
Wounded, 16 on bed rest, and some of our most experienced fighters are still missing.
We're running out of Veil Jumpers. Whatever's going on out there, it's scary.
No, I said I wouldn't bring it up anymore.
Jahel and Milva never reported back from Demeta's crossing.
There are 100 people living in that village, or near enough. You're back, and you're alive. Good.
Sounds like things have gotten a lot worse since we left.
Darkspawn. They're showing up all over Arlethan, attacking anyone in their path.
We've evacuated 3 daily settlements already.
We ran into Darkspawn too, near the Nodus Dirthalan.
Wait, you found the Nodus Dirthalan? The archive spirit? We could ask it about the gods. Figure out their next move.
I do not like Belarus's model, no. I like her outfit, though.
Archive's broken. Won't tell us anything. But that doesn't matter. Any Dalish settlements we can save, we should.
So far, we've been lucky and arrived just in time. But given how fast these darkspawn are moving, it's only a matter of time till our luck runs out.
Well, it hasn't run out yet. So let's stretch it until it breaks.
If we could predict where they'd strike next, we might get ahead of them. But so far, they've been unpredictable.
Which leaves us with what?
Demeta's crossing.
What?
Irulan and Strife. When we came in, you said you'd lost contact with Demeta's crossing. We could go check it out. The 3 of us, I mean.
4. I'm coming with you.
Nev, you were still shaky, and...
I'm coming, Harding.
I don't know what you're going to find there, Rook. Likely nothing good. But you'd be saving people, and it might get you on the trail of the gods.
Demeta's crossing's on the far side of the lake. There's a small boat at the docks. It'll take you there. Watch your back out there. And good luck.
Okay, we'll need a boat to get there. Let's head to the dock.
What you... Bits and bobs for just the right price.
Requires shop rank 2. That's not... I'm not going to ding the game for this. But we're not buying weapons. That's not what this is. So don't lie to me, game. We are upgrading weapons. It even says right there, upgrade. Hello, Elizar. Yeah, it looks like if we don't have a slot... For example, I don't think we have a helmet, so... I'm going to continue to point out pedantically minuscule things that irritate me. Why is the cost 1,662 gold out of your existing 400? Now, on the off chance you can't see that tooltip because it's too small, what it means is it costs 400 out of 1,662. Something that would take mere seconds to verify, but is a very strange decision. Literally, as read, it's 1,662 out of 400. That is again, it's the kind of thing I'm gonna ding. That's just an extremely strange decision. I mean, again, literally, mathematically, what you're looking at is this out of that. Why? Was that a decision? Was that something that just happened? I don't know. Wait. Harding doesn't have a bow right now? Harding!
And
That's...
now that we've met,
no, Harding. Well, no, she has a bow, apparently. Okay.
do your best not to die.
No
Lot of
promises.
weird things
There's our
happen in the
strength, by
forest.
the way.
I got the goods to kill most all of them.
Okay. So, slightly more nitpickiness. You could press T to see details, right? If you do, it highlights the buy button. That's such a strange choice. My cursor's over here, right? Over here on the right side of the screen, right? See? So I hit T and it says, oh, now, excuse me, now it's on sell. Anyways, so here's the upgrade cost. It costs us gold, wood, and rep, looks like, or strength, excuse me. Oh, here, Harding. Have a bow. I don't know, that cost 1,000 gold. Wow, I hope you appreciate that.
Come back anytime.
We'll save it. That's a good question. No, it looks like a live service game. I actually am very specifically anti-controller right now, but not for the reason you're thinking. So, I have several injuries right here on my hand, and that means I don't want to be wearing my gloves right now. You'll notice I am not wearing my gloves right now. And if I'm going to be on a controller, I'm going to be wearing my gloves. So, we're on mouse and keyboard. That's it. Also, yeah, obviously, you know, games can be ported correctly to PC instead of Skyrim'd to PC. Thank you, Giga. Oh, I can absolutely feel the bones of live service here. Just everywhere. It's shocking. Really? How live servicey this is.
Seems like a lot's happened around here.
What hasn't happened? This area is where Tevinter Magisters destroyed Arlethan City centuries ago. Whole lot of blood magic during the war.
What about now?
Whatever Solus did stirred up everything again. The old blood magic from the war, it never went away. Ancient relics appear out of thin air, ruins float. It's like an old wound that never healed, and now it's bleeding again.
Well, I mean, this isn't going to be as bad as Deathloop, right?
Sure thing.
We did the first dungeon, Evo. We encountered What's-Her-Face here. Oh, God. Very little I've covered is as bad as Anthem.
That was the capital city, Arlethan. This is what's left of it after the war.
I don't imagine it floated back in the day.
You never know. Yeah, pretty much, Tara. Yeah, no, for those of you who can't tell, these things I'm having trouble getting the camera on used to be elves and now are bark.
Brooke, ready to go?
Sure.
Nev, you sure you're up for this?
I'm fine. Couldn't sit still much longer.
Then let's go.
No thoughts on the combat. On the combat yet. If I have to make one evil decision in Origins canon. Oh, jeez.
I've never seen fog this thick in Demeta's crossing.
I suppose going with Balin would be the easy answer.
This isn't right. The dock usually has people bringing goods to market, bartering and shouting. It's always busy.
Game, we are specifically here to find out what's wrong with this village. You don't have to then tell me that there's something wrong with this village, that we're here to see what's wrong with the village about.
Something happened here.
Oh, God. What did I just say?
Stay sharp.
Also, I know some people think I'm taking the piss with my character, but to be clear, I'm actually quite unironically pleased with how my character looks. The voice actor sells it. Nice,
So
confident,
quiet.
competent,
Too quiet.
long, flowy pink hair and a big teal beard. Absolutely. It's quiet. Too quiet. Why are you breaking all our stuff? I'm here to save you. I'm the elven god of evil breaking things. So you're a cat? Well, yeah, no, exactly, Metaphor. Like, I think I look great. I'm not even joking. I am quite happy with this. Yes, we must defend you against the dread, evil alien, or excuse me, elven gods. Bob and Bob too.
It's market day. People should be out selling eggs and buying bread. But everything's just abandoned.
Aw.
They barricaded the main entrance into town.
To keep something out.
No, to keep something in.
Oh my god, this dialogue! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! God damn it! How far am I into this stupid game? It doesn't even tell me. It doesn't even tell me!
It's blight. Even worse than in the forest.
You okay? What happened here?
Keep them inside. Listen to the mayor.
Hello?
I don't think he can hear us.
So he almost might not be silly, but there's a person there, or there's like a leg? I'm not sure what the leg connects to.
We'll be rewarded. All of us. No, you can't leave.
Hey, can you hear me?
Just stay here, and everything will be fine.
Okay. Cool, cool. Depressing.
Someone used powerful magic to dominate the minds of these villagers.
Are you sure? I'll do some powerful magic to break their stuff.
The town square.
We need to search for survivors.
Let's see what we can find. Fan out.
Blorp, blorp, blorp.
This is Adeline. I knew her. She was a farmer. Sold spices to us, the best in Arlethan. I can't believe this happened.
This is pretty gross.
Look at that. Is that an Aravel on the roof?
The blight must have lifted it up there.
This blight is weird.
Ever seen anything like it?
Never. Blight's usually dead, static. But this is alive.
Okay, let's keep going. Might be more survivors.
More survivors? That implies we found any so far.
What was that?
Something big. Stay sharp.
Over there. 2 more survivors.
Hey, what's going on here?
Find the veil jumpers. Bring them to the mayor.
They're talking about Jahel and Milva.
They said bring them to the mayor. If we find the mayor, then maybe we'll find your...
I'm having an aneurysm. I'm having an aneurysm. Find them. Bring them to the mail. They said find them and bring them to the mayor. 2 lines. 2 lines separated. I'm having a stroke. Am I dead? Am I dead? Is that what's happening? Did I die? And this is my brain, like, having a fever dream. That's okay. I deserve. I've been blighted. I've been blighted. Oh, God. Yeah, I was playing Super Mario Kart and I popped a vein. That's it. That's it. It's done. It's done. We're gone. I'll be right back. Okay, okay. I'm okay.
Friends.
Why were they looking for veil jumpers? What did the mayor want with them? A sinkhole. But how?
Careful not to slip.
That's the difference down there. Where the darkspawn come from.
Whatever you do, don't do what I just did. Oh, man.
Look, more people.
Must round up everyone.
Must get them inside.
We will be rewarded.
Oh yeah, this is the thing I want to do. Yep, this is safe.
Milva!
That's one of your fellow veil jumpers? Melara!
Jahel! He's alive!
Melara!
We're going to help you. We'll get you down, Jahel.
No, listen. The gods have returned.
Which gods?
I saw them. I heard their voices.
The gods did this?
A blood ritual to release the blight. The villagers, they said they needed power. Melara, be careful.
Help me, anyone!
Come on, that tower's close.
Help me! Hurry!
A dragon? Here?
No! 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 Please!
Hey!
Fresh blood, a hungry heart. Creature, come to me.
We're gonna help this guy or just...
I know you. You're the mayor of this town.
The village. The people. Are they,
Blighted. Dead. All of them.
You gave them to the gods, didn't you? Didn't you?
They were in my head.
And yeah, it's Simon Templeman.
Thoughts. They made me do it. Please, help me.
You're not going anywhere until I get the full story.
I tried to protect people. You have to believe me. The gods told me to lure the Veil Jumpers to the center of town. The others were to be rounded up and kept safe. They would be the first to witness the glory of Gillenane's new creation. She showed me gold. So much gold.
All this for gold. The villagers, the Veil Jumpers, the blights everywhere. Demeta's crossing is dead because of your greed.
I didn't know. You don't understand what it was like to hear those voices.
The gods exploited his greed and fear.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for him? I say we leave him right here.
But I'll die. The blights everywhere. What if the dragon comes back?
If we let you go, you'll run straight back to the gods.
They were in his head. Their influence might linger.
I understand what they do now. I won't be tempted again, I swear.
Rook?
Let's get him out of there.
What? This entire village is dead because of him.
I know.
Then why spare him?
We don't kill people. Not like this. We're not murderers. We're not like the gods.
Thank you.
I didn't ask for your gratitude.
Then, if I may offer some advice, steel yourself. I felt their power. The promises they make, it's irresistible.
Pause. Can we have this conversation when you're not in a giant burbling glork pile of tentacles? Like, this whole conversation feels pretty standard, as if nobody who was writing the dialogue or voicing the dialogue actually was coordinating with the environmental designers and the animators who put him in the glork pile.
Then try harder next time. Don't make me regret saving you.
Yes, of course. But you should be worried about the rest of the world.
Let me guess.
Will be our future.
Let me guess. Of course they don't show us breaking him out, because that would take extra time and effort to animate.
And the gods were free. Thanks to Solus. They'd woken up to find their empire, their subjects, even their fellow gods, all gone. But they still had the power of the Blight, and corrupting a village was just the start. They made plans to tap more of the Blight. All of it. To rebuild their empire. As a path to power, it had its costs.
Yeah, why are they using...
Would pay for it.
Why are they using Blight, of all things? Don't answer that question. I just... Uh-huh. You see, you have to understand. The ancient elven gods of elven ancientness. Bob and Bob 2. Currently inaccessible. No. Yeah. Whatever. I was literally just gonna grab the waypoint because there's a waypoint right there, right? I was just gonna grab the waypoint.
Did you find our scouts?
They're dead. I'm sorry. Elganon and Gillenane sacrificed them in some kind of ritual.
Creators. What about the rest of the village?
The ritual spread blight everywhere. The entire village was overrun.
The few who survived are controlled by blood magic. Their minds are gone.
Elganon and Gillenane
You
used
don't have
them
this
like
mirror star.
puppets.
I dare say it was a show of force. They will not rest until you are on your knees, fearful, cowering, helpless in the face of such power.
Lady Morrigan?
'Tis simply Morrigan to you, Scout Harding. What a pleasure to see you again.
Rook, this is Morrigan, an old acquaintance. I thought she could help.
Morrigan helped the Inquisition when Varric and I were part of it. She knew more about ancient magic than anyone, except Solus.
'Twas both pleasure and necessity to help then, as it is now. Stopping Elganon and Gillenane shall require many hands.
She's in a different booth. I wonder if those are re-recordings or if she just did it separately from everyone else.
So who are you exactly?
I have borne many appellations. Advisor to Orlais, Witch of the Wilds, friend to the Inquisition. My place here, however, is but a humble advisor on matters arcane.
Witch of the Wilds?
An honorific born of rumor and exaggeration. The fearsome reputations of your opponents, however, are duly earned. This dark turn of events shall only become worse.
Then I look forward to your help.
How refreshing. Your cooperative nature is appreciated in return.
What can you tell us about all this?
As dangerous as Solus himself may be, his imprisonment of the gods was just. To leave them unchecked would have been the very end of Thedas.
Just to be clear, you know your old friend Solus is actually the Dreadwolf?
So I have come to learn. It rather explains how he knew such a great deal of ancient elven history, and why he became so vexed when I attempted to explain it to him. Whilst I cannot claim the same depth of knowledge, the knowledge I do possess is yours for the asking.
I hope it helps. For all we know, the entire world will look like Demeta's Crossing once the gods are through.
This is our fault. When we interrupted Solus's ritual, the gods escaped.
Would those feelings not be better used to put things right?
But how?
Set aside your notions of godhood and see them for the ancient, powerful mages they are. Standing against them shall require serious magic of your own. When you interrupted the Dreadwolf's ritual, did you happen across any of the tools he used?
He had a dagger, but it got lost in the chaos.
Then you would do well to find it. 'Tis better in your hands than those of the gods.
Is there anything else Solus might have had that could help us? We're in his, well, he calls it the lighthouse?
Ah, yes. The legendary sanctum of the Dreadwolf. 'Tis said his Eluvian, the Viravas, could travel to any other Eluvian of his choosing.
That's not how it works right now. It only goes to Arlethan.
I can take a look at it. Maybe fix it, even. I know Eluvians better than most.
Any help you can offer, we'd appreciate.
If Eluvians even work the same way, all the magic is different now. Our gods are back. Our gods! And they're killing people and blinding the world. How do we stand up against that?
Hang on. It would be really nice if we had a local expert on Eluvians who actually managed to get one working and... No. Okay. We fight or we die.
We don't have a choice here. We stand against the gods however we can. Because if we don't, nobody else will.
Meryl's a good choice, but I actually meant Morrigan. You know, the person who's standing 2 feet that way.
Get the Eluvian fixed at the lighthouse. We'll find the dagger. Let's figure out our next moves after that.
But you're right, Meryl would also qualify.
There's a lot of fight ahead of us.
Indeed. Prepare yourselves well and have a care in your choices. These are the times in which legends are born or slain. In this battle, I shall render whatever assistance I am able.
Right. Let's move.
You can do this, Lace. It's gotta be done. I should have taken the shot.
That would have made things worse.
You don't know that. All you have are guesses.
We're up against something unfamiliar, working with more rumors than facts. Of course, that's all I have.
I should have taken the shot.
You didn't take the shot. I destroyed the statue. Who do you want to blame more for the outcome? We all did what we thought was best in the moment.
And look where it got us. Tried to stop the world from being swallowed by chaos, and now it might be swallowed by chaos anyway. Elven gods escaped from their prison, Solus is in your head, and we're scrambling to figure out what to do. And Varric?
Varric knew the risks. He knew what it might cost.
We're still standing. The fight's not over.
You know, I like that about you, Lace. You don't stop fighting. You push for answers and action, while I can get stuck on questions forever.
Well, we need someone who can put the pieces of the puzzle together. We're fighting the unknown.
Exactly. Everyone has a part to play. Varric brought us together because of our strengths. He wanted a team he could rely on.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. This is the second time this month that we've played an RPG where a character voiced by Ali Hillis is present while we give the same damn "we got this, we can totally do this" speech to each other for the 15th time. Like, that's a weird coincidence. I'm just gonna say. It's just, I'm sorry, it's FF13 again. It's FF13 again. it's somehow we have managed this. It's come back. Oh god, no. It's, you know that meme of the guy is like cowering, and it's me. I'm the one cowering, like, no, please, FF13, please. And the big doomy guy is FF13, like, you're gonna watch the same cutscene and you're gonna like it. Okay, sorry. I just had to share that.
We have to be that team.
Play to our strengths.
And rely on each other.
I think I can manage that.
Then let's find Solus's dagger. It'll be a start. Look.
I can feel lingering magic. Powerful magic.
The dagger was here. Something took it.
Can you spot who took the dagger? Sorry.
Darkspawn. Oh no, what if it took the dagger?
Only one way to find out.
What's really funny, I'm going to make a prediction right now. We'll see how well this prediction ages. I bet you money that we will magically run into parts of the game later that are just substantially better written, constructed, presented, etc. Like, I get this vibe. I get this feeling in the back of my mind that we're going to have one of those Jigsaw games, right? We don't actually encounter it all that often. It's when you shove, like clearly the development was worked on this part of the game: the writing, the voice acting, the construction, the animation, the level design, enemy design, boss design, etc. Chkunk, right? And then for whatever reason, there's this other part of the game which they did completely segregate. Chkunk. And then when you play through the game, you go through it. Yeah, actually, funnily enough, Mass Effect 3 had this exact same situation. Because there was Tachanka, which is actually really, really good. But before Tachanka, you have Earth and Mars, which are really, really not. And there's other examples I could use from Mass Effect 3, but, right? I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that we're going to get the chunk thing as we're going through this game. Yeah, and then we got Thessia. Then we got frickin' Thessia. Oh god, that could be Lord Harriman. Yeah, we have to romance someone. This is a review.
We have to go after that ghoul. Let's get this gate open.
Look up there. That magical device.
I mean, I don't want to overpraise or underpraise anything. Inquisition, if you... Oh, that looks terrible. If you cherry pick. If you cherry pick Inquisition, the parts that are good are really good. There are exceptions to that. Pretty much everything to do with the main plot with Corypheus is not very good. But there's plenty of decent stuff and great stuff in Inquisition.
Good work. Let's keep on the trail.
There we go. Yeah, Corypheus had exactly one good scene. One good line, even. I found the throne of the gods, and it is empty.
Darkspawn don't usually collect things, do they?
Solus' dagger is special. They might have been drawn to it.
Hey, Spartan. Again. Not always, Chalix Brown. Honestly, some AAA games are just Drek top to bottom. Let me talk to you about a game called Starfield. hang on, let me summarize it. Okay, there's the summary.
Anyone spot that ghoul? It must have come this way.
Look out! More dark spawn ahead.
That's a win, Nev.
Thank you, Skullgrim. I even did an impromptu rumination on Starfield because, I mean, how could I not? Whoops, wrong button.
All right, everyone.
What? Did you see that tracking? Oh, okay. Nah, it's fine, Tara.
That the last of them?
Damn! Rook pick. Rook takes credit there. Did you find the dagger?
I don't think these Darkspawn took it. Let's keep looking.
Look, I love the hair physics. So I have a suspicion, I do not have proof, that, actually, hang on, let me double check something. Deathloop got a 10 out of 10 from IGN. Now, you're probably thinking, well, I've never even heard of that game. No, you haven't. For those of you not aware, Deathloop got a negative 200 from me. Go bathroom. I'm looking something up really quick. Nope, this is the Frostbite engine. That's what I thought. So, has a suspicion, and I do, that So consider the timeline, right? Consider the behind the scenes, consider everything. What probably happened is they began development on Joplin, right? And that was at the version of Frostbite they had just used to make Inquisition. They figured out more what they were doing. They had a better idea, better tools, blah, blah, blah. And then they threw all that out the window to make whatever the second was, Morrison, I think, which was the live service one. What do you want to bet someone in the office said, well, we're restarting anyways, so why don't we go ahead and update engines? And they're probably thinking, what do you mean update engines? So we say Frostbite, but Frostbite isn't a monolith, right? There's Frostbite, these are made-up numbers. Frostbite 1.18, there's Frostbite 1.23, there's Frostbite 1.57, right? Then there's Frostbite 2, then there's Frostbite 2.3. You get it? Engines update over time, right? Yeah, engines routinely get updated over time. Now, generally speaking, when a developer settles on an engine for a thing, they stick with whatever version they have settled on. It is almost every single time a terrible idea to go ahead and update the engine because you have no idea what that's going to break on the back end, right? Sometimes it's a worthwhile change, but most of the time, yeah. So what do you want to bet? That at 1 or 2 or 3 of the resets, they said, well, why don't we go ahead and update our engine? And I mention this because I bet you money at least some of the issues I have with things like the lighting or things like the animations or things like the rigging have to do, Jesus Christ, get pepper, have to do with leftover assets and resources from a previous version of the engine. Now, that is speculative, but... Oh god, yeah, Total War has the same problem too, in several directions. Well, I mean, again, like, I'll talk about combat in a second. Like, I have already made my opinion on the visuals of this game quite clear. As much as I love my hair and setup, I do. The character, like, ignore the PC for a second. All the other characters just look worse than Inquisition. Let's just focus in on Inquisition for a second. For all of Inquisition's many flaws, I actually think they did a really good job of portraying a lot of the characters there. Morrigan is an excellent example, since we just faced her. But also Harding, who is literally right there. And basically everyone else. Excuse me. And considering the team, the engine, the timeline...
More blight in the way.
Who do you like more, Giga Pudding? Harding? Or Inquisition Harding? I've seen worse brickwork than this game. Quite a bit, actually, worse brickwork than this game. I am not what you'd call supremely impressed so far. Oh, I do need to actually write down a positive for that, speaking of which. Well, I don't like Joel at all, Elizar. So, by definition, my answer to that is going to be Leon. I mean, regardless of evilness, I've just never found Joel to be an interesting character. What I find most amusing is how many people, shall we say, attacked me for that. No, Mook does too, Giga.
And there's probably another one.
Yeah, it's down. Do you see it right there? how to get down. Hey, off the deeper end. I was... Okay. Video game with the best dialogue? Real talk? It's probably Planescape Torment. I know that's kind of recent. And I know that Planescape Torment is known for having good dialogue, but honestly, I was shocked at how well written that game was. Like, I knew that game was well written, and just walking into it was just like, whoa, this is really good. Amusingly enough, another game that would occur to me immediately for a well-written game is KOTOR 2.
Nicely done. I mean, it's gross, but you can't argue with results.
Planescape Torment. Not Torment, Tides of Numenera. Yeah, it's really a damn shame that, you know, Chris Avellone has not really had a chance to write for that many games long-term. Because of just the weirdness of his career, which I discussed back during the Planescape Torment video. Oh, 100%, Mr. Red. Absolutely. Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I found Tides of Numenera bland. Which, for a setting that's trying as hard as it can to be as weird as possible, is just kind of a weird thing. But here we are. Honestly, the only reason I finished the game at all is because it was my job to. Otherwise, I would have just put it down. Disco Elysium is another game with excellent writing. Excellent dialogue, excuse me, which was the specific question.
They're aiming for us.
I don't think either KOTOR is post-Oblivion line. So neither of those are up to date. Which is a shame, because getting KOTOR running on a modern machine is a whole thing. You remember how we nearly hard-locked in our previous KOTOR 1 attempt? Because I remember that. I had to turn the resolution down to minimum to be able to progress. That was a thing. I have to know. I have to know. Nope, apparently they cannot shoot me through terrain. I am honestly slightly impressed. I was expecting him to shoot me right through the terrain.
Look, another one of those magical beams. There are 2 of these devices this time. I bet we'll need to direct beams at both of them.
Second. So for those of you not aware, I'll go ahead and share this detail for a second. There's this specific section where you have to go on the outside of a ship. And because of how wonky that whole section is, they had to kind of change out the engine, and on certain hardware, basically anything past, say, Windows 7, I want to say, good luck. Because it doesn't know how to render it properly, and it just hard locks. Complete hard crash. It is an extremely common problem, to the point where some people have tried releasing individual patches just to fix it, but again, the band-aid fix is to just crank your resolution to actual minimum. And when I say minimum, I mean like below 480, right? I don't remember how far down it goes. It was extremely small. And that enabled me to get past that section. Okay.
We're not alone.
I think I did too, Blade Taval, because it feels like we've moved on. I'll come back in a second.
We're under fire. Look out!
I discovered it thanks to the miracle of Reddit. And Reddit's actually useful. Which it is every now and again. So, DOSBox is a bit too old for something like KOTOR. DOSBox only works for DOS games. KOTOR is not a DOS game. Yeah, so KOTOR isn't quite in the streamability gap, but it's kind of at the beginning of it. So if we ever do run a KOTOR stream again, I've got two options. I can look to see if people have fixed any of the issues it had back in the day, or what is the other option is I'll buy it on the fricking Switch and play it with controllers, which will suck for several reasons. It will suck so much that I've kind of mentally decided that I don't want to do that. Yeah, KOTOR with controllers and no console command does not sound like a good time. Don't mistake me, it's not like we need cheats for KOTOR, but that's not the point of a console command, is it? Like I said, I just haven't circled back to test it, Moog. That's really what it is. I like to sit down and do my own tech tests. And I haven't. That's all. KOTOR 2 one was pretty good. We got to run that one, too. Without the restored content mod, obviously.
That gate.
Yeah, Dragon Age Origins is another weird one. The patch for DAO helps, but that's been mandatory for years. I mean, agreed, Evo. And yeah, that sounds like a pretty cold take to me. It's okay, the Saudis technically own KOTOR 1 now. So that's cool.
Come on, get ready.
Power placing's weird. I need to play with it some more. I just realized we'll never be able to do the flailing in this game. I'm sad. I do recommend Andor, yes. Regardless of whether you like Star Wars. It's worth noting. I have recommended Andor pretty universally. To explain that briefly. What I mean by that is, some things you recommend with an asterisk, I just recommend Andor. No asterisk. Screw it! Oh. God, getting into Star Wars now. I thought that happened like 2 days ago, Leonard. So, here's the thing. Usually, I like to recommend you jump in at what I call the seminal work, right? If you're not familiar with that term, it means the most like itself. So the thing that is most descriptive, most indicative of the whole franchise, right? You know, TNG Season 3, Episode 1. That's the most seminal track, right? To use an example. Final Fantasy IV, most seminal Final Fantasy game. You get the idea. Star Wars is a bit weird, because the correct place to start is Episode 4, A New Hope. But I'm not sure that really qualifies as seminal, because it's actually very much early installment weirdness instead. And that's just kind of its own weird space. But it is still probably the best place to start, because it does a lot to indicate what Star Wars is kind of about. So here's my recommendation. Watch A New Hope. And then if you like A New Hope... Yeah, exactly, Dakota. If you like A New Hope, watch Empire Strikes Back. There's a decent chance you're going to like Empire Strikes Back, at which point go ahead and watch Return of the Jedi. From there, it gets trickier. That's when you have to sit and think, because there's a lot of Star Wars all over the place in terms of quality and in terms of medium. Oh, that's a tough one, Ket Viper. That's a tough one. So what Ket Viper just said...
That has to be the ghoul we're tracking.
Better hope it still has the dagger.
What Ket Viper just said was, which has a better intro? A New Hope or Final Fantasy IV? And the reason that's so tough is because those are both some of the best intros in their respective mediums, in general. FF4 is, like, not the best FF game, but its intro is phenomenally good. And A New Hope is just a masterclass in establishment, visual storytelling, and tone setting. No, you could tell a lot of parallels between the two. No title scroll. Eject the title scroll. So that's a really tough one. I'm not sure. What's funny is someday I actually hope to review both using the same system. Oh yeah, musical storytelling as well. In both cases, too. Yeah, no, A New Hope is... Like, the plot of A New Hope is there's the bad guys who have a doom ship. Go save the princess and stop the bad guys. I don't say that as a dismissive thing, though. That's not me being negative. Because the plot is barely the point of A New Hope. In fact, what A New Hope probably does best is actually world building. But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now. Yeah, I think it's going to be trash, Miranda. Anyway, so I was told I need to level a little bit here. Yeah, exactly, Jelix Brown. It's something I was struggling... yeah, search bar would be nice. Or a zoom out would be nice, too. Whatever. It's something I was struggling to talk about when it came to Mario Kart 64. Because Mario Kart 64 is a game that I would not consider particularly complex. In fact, it's probably the... No, there's no probably. It is the simplest of the Mario Kart games, not counting the Mobage. We don't count Mobage. But that doesn't make it bad. It's just, it's the simplest. No judgment here. Hey, Pika. Yeah. There we go. Okay. You're here. Alright, let's go over here. Grab that. What's really funny, I expected to not be super impressed with Dragon Age 2's ability trees. And then I went through it and was like, oh, these are actually pretty well designed. Also, better gambits than Dragon Age Origins. Someone pushed back against that, and they were right. Egg on my face. Progress further to unlock. Achieve Hero of the Veilguard status to unlock. Progress further, okay. Favorite Disney movie? Zootopia. Without hesitation. Why are you flashing at me? Oh, because you never equipped your new bow. Silly me. Yeah, I heard about that, Pika. Yeah, whatever. Well, so far we actually haven't had a limitation, as weird as that sounds, in terms of the party size. The BioWare problem, which I talked about quite a bit, doesn't exist yet, so I'm not sure how much of it we'll have. Toy Story 3 is also excellent. I mean, there's a lot of good Disney films. And then there's a lot of terrible ones. I'm telling you, this is just... I unironically love the hair. I would not mind hair like... If the cost of having hair like that was it's like this lavender pink, done. First of all, I can make that look good. But second of all, I would love to have this just that kind of wavy hair again. Anyways. So, hang on. Several people have just asked about the companion thing. So, we just talked about... Oh my god, it's FF13! It's FF13 again! Ah, I'm having a stroke. I'm having a stroke. I'm having a stroke. Okay, okay. Breathe. No, it's okay. It's okay. I accept that I'm playing FF13. I do. 1 second. I haven't had hair since my health issues started. I actually shaved last night. Hang on, let me get some appropriate music on, because I got to talk about this. Because we had a whole speech about this back during FF13, and I think it's relevant. So, sorry about the noise there, it just starts off loud. So in FF13, for those of you not aware, FF13 has a basic, a standard party, right? 3 different people, and you can have 3 at a time. And whoever you're currently controlling, which for about 20 hours, the game decides, not you. If that person dies, you game over. Before you ask, yes, there are things like resurrect or spells or items or whatever to get back up. And you can do that on other characters, but if you die, it's game over. Now you're probably thinking, what's the significance? So one of the questions I believe Blaterfall brought up during that is, why is that worse than every other game that has a similar system? And the example I kept zooming in on was Kingdom Hearts. So in Kingdom Hearts, if Sora dies, you die, right? Like, there's a logic behind that. there were actually several reasons we boiled that down to it. I typed up tons of thoughts about that when I was giving those negatives, but what it boils down to is you don't play a party in Kingdom Hearts. You play Sora, and you have your kit, which is the rest of your party. You with me? Honestly, Mass Effect 1 kind of falls into the same category for this similar reason. Your party isn't there to really be relevant. They're bonus points, right? Now, a lot of games play around with this concept in different directions, but yeah, and occasionally Mickey bails you out. It's actually static. Did you know that? That's why most people see him in the same spots. Is because he shows up for the same fights. Anyways, Zaldin, Cerberus. Anyways, so I'm glad you like Dragon Age Origins and 2 and Inquisition, Pika. But here, you don't really have a party again. It's Mass Effect 1 all over again. It's Kingdom Hearts all over again. Now, as weird as this may sound, I'm fine with that. I don't think it's great. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to tell you that I'm happy about not having a proper party in a CRPG or what was ostensibly a CRPG series. But as I said before, as much as I may not personally enjoy the concept of the fact that they did this particular genre hop, the fact is, especially from a review perspective, that the genre hopping itself is not the issue, right? So that only leaves the question of quality. I'm dusting a little bit while I talk here. Yes, I keep it dusted. I have a computer right there. This is my little life hack right here. No, not at all, Pika. This is my little life hack right here, right? Just have a duster right here in whatever room you have your computer in, because computers are just magnets for dust. They make dust happen. It's awful. I hate it. Anyways, so how well is it implemented? Good question. So I would say there's at least 2 issues I've already noticed as of this moment in time. One is that I just got a donation from Lucas Slaughter. That is never acceptable. 0 points for that. The first is controlling the party is irritating, and the second is that the enemy completely ignores them. Now, I know that you could say that about, say, Kingdom Hearts, except you can't. That's a lie. In Kingdom Hearts, especially the good Kingdom Hearts, but even Kingdom Hearts 1, telling them to attack someone is just a button press, and they will go and use that. You also have a degree of control over their AI. Even in Kingdom Hearts 1, you could tell them to prioritize certain abilities or certain playstyles, similar to Secret of Mana, by the way. I could go all the way back to the SNES to pull out a version that does this exact same concept, but better. I know I could say that about a lot of things. Agreed, Crazy Horse. So, we have... Hang on, Giga. Let me finish. Oh, I mean, yeah, type up your objection. I just don't want to lose my train of thought. So I'm going to close my eyes so I don't read your objection yet. So, we don't have a particular amount of control over what they do other than the stupid menu, which sucks to use. That's the problem number 1. Problem number 2 is they don't target them. Again, they target Donald and Goofy back in Kingdom Hearts. In fact, it is a non-inviable strategy to actually kind of back off for a bit and let the boss beat the snot out of Donald and Goofy so you can just have a moment and recoup, right? Get your mana back, maybe, or pop some items, or just, take a second to reconnoiter. And here, they beeline you. I actually noticed this just a bit earlier. Because as I was going through that there was a little smaller enclave little kind of area, and there was a bulb in the middle, which I had to break in order to break open the door. And there were 2 of the axe guys who were right there in there. And I actually had the thought in the moment to bail and let the other 2 tank for a second so I can recover for a bit, and then decide how to, place my fire. But they didn't. They just focused on me, because they only focus on me. You see the problem here? Now, thank you, Lord Lucas Slaughter, very much. I apologize for the delay. What I'm trying to say is that the concept of what Dragon Age 4 here is doing does not bother me at all. This guy, a 1, Trails of Crossbell, and Trails of Cold Steel. Thank you again, Lucas Slaughter. What bothers me is getting a donation from Lucas Slaughter. That's what bothers me right there. Okay, they attack party members. Okay, I'll accept that. I'll embrace that. That does make it less bad. I will acquiesce to that. I will give less negatives for it. Let's put it that way. Lucas Slaughter 200. Trails into Reverie. And also the other two. Oh, thank you very, very much, as always. The point I'm trying to get across is I don't mind party members being kit. I want them to be useful. Let me use another specific example. So I actually gave a negative for the party members, the kit, in Mass Effect 1. Why? Because they're useless. In addition to all the other typical problems, they're not useful, right? For all of the many, many times we mock and make fun of Donald and Goofy, they are actually valuable parts of the combat, especially if you set them up right. Like, they can actually really contribute to a particular fight. In Mass Effect 1, they're junk. Ugh. Thank you again, Lucas Lover. Yes, I'll try all their stupid abilities. In Mass Effect 2, they increased the usefulness of the ability of the party members to the point where it was actually worthwhile. Like, you could actually have, I want to bring this character, or I want to bring that individual, because they have this thing which works really well with my playstyle, kind of a thing, right? Yeah, exactly, Plutonia. Ah. Oh, God, it's 1,000,000 degrees in here. And that's a good thing, Loner. Oh, God. Yeah, that's true. Mass Effect 2 also introduced combos, which was a good idea. There's air in here. My goodness. Yeah, combos were also quite rewarding. It's almost like dual techs are a good idea, and more RPGs should do them. Come on. We invented that in what, 1994? Oh. Okay. Oh, I guess I should pause the FF13 music. So now that we're done with all that.
Don't stay there.
So I've already given this a negative, by the way. And this is why I haven't been using it, is because this is such a pain in the ass to use. But just for you, for the sake of testing, I will go ahead and endure this system. What shortcut keys? Ah! Okay, let's rebind that, because control is a terrible option for that. Oh, I can't save in combat. Keyboard mapping. I was about to be mad. Let's see. I'll have to rebind each one individually, aren't I? That's okay. I can do that. Yep, there we go. Okay. How do I want to set this up? There's 6. I know, Evo. I know. I should put this in here while I'm here. Hmm. Okay. So the only thing I have to think about is F. Where do I want to put F? So this is going to take me a second here. I have some more FF13 music. While I think about this. There you go. Just for you, Mr. Red. So I want to have that there, and that there, and that there, which means I need to move Jump. Jump can't be on space, because too many other things are on space. This is an FF13 song, yes. I don't think I have Machination's logo. I have to pull up YouTube for that. You know what? Tell you what, Mr. Ed, just for you. Here's the FF13 Machinations. Where do I move Jump? Where do I move Jump? No! No! Stop! That might work. No! Stop, Lucas Slaughter, please. You are probably in the minority, Ruthless Tim, but there's nothing wrong with that. I don't like the Beatles. I'm in the minority now. There's nothing wrong with that. I think there's 3 other people who really like the art style of this game. Yeah, Mook's one of them. God damn it! No! Alright, where's Jump? Where's Jump? There's Jump. So we're gonna move this down to Z. Now we're gonna move this down to Z. Okay, so then we're gonna move my abilities over to G, G, F, and B. That's my mains. And then we'll move Ultimate over to 7. Then we move Companion abilities to 1, 2, come on, 3, 4, 5, please, and 6. There we go. Okay. Please keep my changes. Thank you. Okay.
I'm there.
Oh, this is what that was, Giga. I was wondering.
Lyrium.
Harding?
Oh, she's dead. Or she's about to be turned into a Fal'Cie. Or a Lassie.
Hunting!
Or a Seath.
This is the eternal hymn, the prayer and the proclamation. I am. We are free again. Whole again. Here again.
Harding!
I can hear it. The song of the stone.
Yeah, the friggin' Titans.
What is happening to me?
Ah.
What the?
Are you moving those rocks?
I don't know. I don't know how to control it.
Ah! There's a primer and a detonation. That's okay. Whatever. Ah! Who? Von Falkenstein? I mean, it is literally the elves' fault. That's... Jesus. Now do that. And also do that.
Someone follow up. On the left.
Ow.
Got us a range.
Dagna would be cool, though. With something like this.
Rook's in trouble.
They're coming from the right. Making the rest of us look bad, brother. Ranged incoming.
Thanks. Thanks, Harding.
They're hitting us from afar.
Are they?
All set.
Not ready yet.
Need a minute.
That one, that one.
That's an interesting question, Evo.
Look out.
Depends on if they're publicly traded or not. Because obviously if they're publicly traded, we need to do everything in our power to make everything worse in order to try and recoup our losses so the shareholders don't get uppity. Freaking shareholders.
Hey, behind you. I'm ready.
Aiming for us. Done.
Not yet.
Ranged incoming. That dagger. What did it do to me?
Not sure, but we should get back. We'll talk it through there.
I hate the combat so far, but I'm still sitting on it for the moment.
Pet has failed, sister. And now the magic of the Dread Wolf's dagger is hidden from me. Fen Harel meddles once again.
If his dagger's beyond our reach, we must craft another. Made of red lyrium.
Okay.
You said something took you over.
Something like that?
And it's still with you.
Yes. I think so. It can't be possession, can it?
I doubt it. Dwarves can't be possessed. They aren't connected to the Fade. Solus's dagger triggered this event. But how? Or why? I'm sorry, Lace. I wish I had answers.
It's all right. Talking has helped. And hey, we got the dagger, right? Mission accomplished. Dwarves have never used magic. We can't.
Real quick. Thank you again, Lucas Slaughter. I've jotted that down for Tokyo Extreme Racer, Halo SPV3, and Naruto, etc. And thank you, Game Geek. I've put that towards trails, trails, and trails.
It's not the magic I know.
What do you mean?
It's clearly stone-focused, which makes sense. Dwarves are children of the stone.
Mages connect to the Fade. Dwarves reach out to the stone? Maybe?
Maybe.
I guess we don't have any real answers.
We're friends, so I'm going to be honest. It feels wrong. Bad.
Really?
2 elven gods escaped the Fade, and now this? What if it's connected?
Okay, I know we need to be wary, but I think this is a good thing. I feel connected.
To
the stone.
Yeah, to the Titans. We get it.
Call ourselves children of the stone. Some of us have what we call stone sense. Those that have it can feel caves, lyrium veins, and faults in the rock. I wasn't one of them. Maybe the dagger unlocks something hidden. But this is more than the stone sense I know. You don't like what's happened. But it's not going to be a problem for us working together, is it?
Harding, you being here is never a problem.
Huh. Really?
I don't know what I'd do if you weren't here, to be honest.
That's so sweet. Thank you. I, feel the same. I'll send word to the Grey Wardens about the blight we saw. And then I'm gonna lie down.
And we need more answers about what the gods are planning. I'll find some place to relax and try to reach Solus in the Fade.
Good luck. Try not to let him get to you. It feels like we're finally making some progress. And I'm not sure what my new magic's about, but I know it feels right.
Are we gonna go with the Titans or the good guys? Is that our approach?
He'd set loose. They couldn't see their own personal demons coming to haunt them. Harding told herself it felt right. She was connected to the stone, to the lost Titans, and all of Dwarven history with its buried secrets. How could that be anything but good?
We don't know jack about the Titans. They showed up in one DLC of the previous game. We got loot.
Guess I should find some place to try to talk to Solus.
Hardinging in Hightown. I also love how his exposition kind of covered what they didn't talk about. So it's like bad exposition twice, right? Like, did you catch that? Their exposition was just repeat of what we already knew. And his exposition came out of nowhere and told us stuff we had no way of knowing. And it's just... like... I'm gonna let it go. I'm sorry. You're tired of hearing it. You're tired of listening to me. I'm just gonna shut up. What's going on here? How you doing, buddy? I can't even talk to you. I can't even talk to... Oh my god, I can't even talk to him. Yeah, that's the second time I've noticed the Varric scene has straight up spoiled something, too.
Wait, that room wasn't there before. I don't think.
Sorry about that.
Ethel Harding must have put my pack here. It makes sense. Better place to sleep than the infirmary. Guess I can spare a few moments to unpack my things.
So far. Oh my god, it's the fish tank from the Normandy. So far, the Varric scenes have been pretty consistently bad, which is just irritating. How do you make Varric bad?
Varric and his life lessons. I asked him how we were supposed to stop Solus, and he gave me this. Take a long, hard look at it, kid. It'll always show the face of a hero who can get it done.
Will it?
I don't know if I see a hero's face. But it's a face that's seen a lot. Got a few new scars. Some that show up in a mirror, some that don't. But Varric believed in me then, and he believes in me now. I can do this.
Okay. Strange, but okay, I'm with it, I'm with it. I've never heard of it, Kid Viper, I'm sorry.
I helped a lot of Minratha's slaves escape to freedom the night I met Varric. Then the Magisters cracked down in retaliation, and the Shadow Dragons decided I was too much trouble to keep around. We could have taken a stand and dared the Magisters to come after us. At least people are free because of what I did.
Yeah, I'm not going to feel bad about freeing slaves. Sorry, game. I know you want me to, but that's not on the menu, okay?
A peddler gave me this after I saved his caravan from bandits. He told me nobles think of ruling like a game of chess, that each move determined what mark humanity will leave on the world. He had fancy silks from Orlais, statuettes from the wilds down south. I could have listened to stories all night about places he'd been. Now I'm getting to see some of those places myself.
I think not, because like there's the mirror, which we can go and change our character to at will.
The ever-turning orb. My final training project as an apprentice. I spent months finding the precise balance of energy flows to make the enchantment permanent. I could have used more time learning to cast spells while someone swings a sword at me, and less time on floating orbs. Right. That's better. Now, how do I connect to Solus? Just sleep or relaxing? Maybe if I clear my mind.
Okay. See you around, DZ Maven. Where's the... Oh, I saw it earlier. I saw the cosmetic thing earlier, but I don't remember where it was. Oh, it's at the mirror. Okay, got it.
Couldn't be one god, it had to be three.
I'm sensitive conversation. No, I like it too. It's the kind of thing that pissed me off that Mass Effect 3 didn't have.
Toldar, it's a tunnel. Veilguard, Velos Atreitum. But Velos Atreitum is nothing like Isatunal.
Isatunal. I remember. After you touched the dagger, the prayer, the proclamation, Isatunal. What exactly are you proclaiming?
They don't remember. No one remembers. We don't even know what we lost.
Harding? Are you in there?
I'm sorry, what?
What does Isatunal actually mean?
Isatunal is an affirmation, a statement of existence, of being. It means, I am here. But no, not I. I is singular, but it isn't. We either. We is multiple, but also separate.
What?
Isatunal is the eternal hymn that encompasses all time. All spaces. I am, we are, this and that, here, there, now, and forever.
Okay. Whatever works for you.
Words aren't enough. It's hard to put into words something you just feel. I'm certain Isatunal describes how we, the dwarves, once were. But none of the books say anything about it. None of the histories are right. If we forgot something so important, what else did we forget?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I don't expect you to have an answer. Thanks for letting me babble, by the way.
Anytime. That's what I'm here for.
Back so soon. It must have been worse than I had thought.
Hello, Dreadwolf.
Ah, but perhaps I am mistaken. You may be here to correct me, to tell me that my concerns were unfounded. You could not possibly be here to take advice from the one you called the elven god of lies.
So you're gonna be insufferable about it. See, this is the reason nobody likes you.
I led a rebellion for centuries that culminated in the creation of the Veil and the destruction of the Elven Empire.
Okay, this is among the reasons nobody likes you.
My information was accurate. Now you realize that the danger is real.
I need to know what the gods are planning.
You are asking for knowledge no mortal in this world is privy to. If I am to share it with you, I need to know what makes you the right person to lead the fight against Algernon and Gillenane.
I'm not in charge of everyone. I'm just leading my little team until Varric is back on his feet.
I understand your fear. Declare yourself the leader, and others may think you power-hungry, no better than those you oppose.
I didn't say I was afraid. I met Varric when he asked the Shadow Dragons for help with freeing an old friend from Venatori slavers. The Shadow Dragons had a safe plan that wasn't going to work.
So, you and Varric led an armed rebellion and dealt a devastating blow to the Venatori.
How'd you know that?
You helped Varric pursue me for the better part of a year. It would have been foolish not to learn about who was hunting me.
Then you know I'm not interested in a fancy title. But when something needs doing, I do it.
I suppose I was not so different when I started.
Started what?
My rebellion against the Evanuris. The elven gods, as you call them. They wish to reclaim their dominion over this world. To accomplish that, they will need two things. First, the Blight. What exists in this world is a bare fragment of its power. The rest is imprisoned, until they release it.
I don't understand. Elgernon and Gillenane were elves like you, right? Why would they want to blight the world?
It is my fault. As the Dread Wolf, I was a thorn in their side. When my efforts weakened their grasp on the elven people, they grew frustrated, then desperate.
And turned to the Blight.
Once the corruption took hold of them, they were blind to its horror. It was just another source of power for them. Now they would blight the world without hesitation and call us backward and foolish for opposing them.
The Blight didn't escape with the gods?
Elganan and Gillenane escaped largely empty-handed, fortunately. Most of the Blight is still trapped in the prison I created ages ago.
So what we saw at that village, that's them not at full strength?
Correct.
The rest of the Blight is imprisoned? There's more than what's in the world already?
Yes. Centuries ago, the Magisters of Tevinter opened my prison. A tiny fragment of the Blight escaped. That fragment grew beneath the earth and led to the Blights that have swept across the world. However terrible the Blight is now, it is a mere fraction of what we will see if its full power is unleashed.
But we can stop them from freeing the Blight, right?
They will need to pierce the veil to reach the Blight's prison. My lyrium dagger is one of the few artifacts capable of doing so.
We've already recovered it from the ritual site.
Excellent. Then they will have to make their own. That will give you time.
You said the gods needed two things, and the Blight is the first. What's the second?
Followers. They have called themselves gods. And what is a god without worshippers to sing their praises?
You think they want the elves back? I don't think the elven people will bend a knee to blighted murderous monsters.
Agreed. Elganan and Gillenane care little for the elves. They will find worshippers among those hungry for power. Tyrants and bullies. The cruel and the corrupt, who fear their own vulnerability and seize any chance to feel strong. If you hunt them, they will lead you to Elganan and Gillenane.
You want me to pick fights with tyrants and bullies? Sounds fun.
I gave no orders. All I offer are suggestions.
I'm on it. What else?
The Veravas, the lighthouse Soluvian, can take you anywhere, if you master its secrets. Have you done so?
Not yet, but we've got one of the Veil Jumpers working on it. She'll get it sorted, and we'll see how it goes.
Yes, I suppose we will. And when you speak with Varric, please tell him that I regret what happened.
That was the best scene in the game so far. Whatever that's worth. Hey! Okay, so. Thank you, Electric Ship. I am unironically quite pleased with it. Let's see how it looks in action for a bit. Or not. Oh, I see.
So Solus told the truth about the gods.
You heard? It's bad, Varric. If you'd seen Demeta's crossing...
The team needs to act fast. And it can't do that with me leading from a bed. You've got to take point on this.
I can't do what you do. I've barely been holding it together in the short time you've been out.
You don't need to do what I do. You just need to get it done. Rook, when I put this team together, what did I look for? A detective to find the Dreadwolf, and a scout to get us the lay of the land. Exactly the people he'd expect me to recruit. Disciplined, predictable. And then there's you. Remember when we first met, kid? You risked your neck to bring down an entire slavery ring. Pretty much by yourself.
I had help.
Sure. I got winded about 5 minutes in. You did most of the work. Ticked off a bunch of Minrathous big shots, but you've got a knack, kid.
For what?
Finding a way through the wildest shit I've ever seen. With a plan that no one expects. On the best day of his life, Solus wouldn't see you coming, Rook. And don't worry. I'll still be here to talk if you need me.
There is something. Did Nev tell you about me talking to Solus in the Fade?
I had some good arguments with Chuckles back in the day. I can't imagine being stuck with him in my head. But how are you feeling about it?
It doesn't matter how I feel about it. We can't stop the gods without what he knows.
And there you go. You don't have to love him to deal with him.
He also asked me to tell you that he regrets what happened. Hurting you, I mean.
Chuckles is sentimental. He could burn the world down, and the thing that would make him cry is a single flower with blackened petals.
When I took over at the ritual site, I had to make a call on who came with me to knock over that statue. It was the first decision I made leading this team, and Nev got hurt because of it.
You made a decision with the best information you had. Sometimes you do that, and people end up hurt. Or worse.
What would you have done?
What would I have done? Probably gotten myself killed and failed to stop the ritual if you hadn't stepped in. A good leader isn't someone who never makes mistakes. It's someone who admits when they make one. That's how you earn their trust.
Demeta's crossing was awful. While we were there, we found one survivor, the mayor.
You took him back to the Veil Jumpers.
Not everyone was happy about my decision. We're just starting out and I'm already losing their trust.
The key to earning the team's trust isn't to only make decisions everyone agrees with. It's showing the team that they can tell you whatever's on their mind, even if they think you're full of crap. And know you'll listen.
I'll let you get some rest.
You're gonna be fine, Rook. Hey, one last thing before you go. I've been racking my brain thinking of contacts who might help us with these gods.
You got any ideas?
Nothing. But being a leader isn't about having all the answers yourself. It's about knowing who does. Nev has connections to a whole world that Harding and I barely know. Might be worth talking to her.
Will do. Thanks, Varric.
Anytime. You can stop fussing over me. Go see what the others are up to.
Yeah, let's get a save. It's very important. Save down here. There we go. So, it wasn't actually in development for 9 years. It was greenlit 9 years ago. And it was in development for about 18 months. Even that isn't actually a really good estimate of how much time it spent, but whatever. I'm going to chop off early, eat something, and I'm going to just close my eyes for bed. I'll be back.